Kahara. So, but Kurt Metzger here. All right, so let me switch it on over to the screen. I got a few things here, and man, I just got to take it easy. I think I got to take it easy on Control History. Okay, I think Control History is hitting me with these copyrights. So my apologies. Control History. I am not trying to do anything. I'm just throwing some videos up. We got some, just a little news, figuring out what's happening. But sometimes I just don't watch the news or anything. We got Ben Avery, a little bit from left over from last night. I haven't seen this one, but now he's talking about Tim Dillon. Whereas before, last night he was talking about, Daniel, I try to get into character as much as I can. But no, I don't think one can ever get high enough. Okay. But let me get my screen on because I didn't realize my screen wasn't on. Okay. So here we are. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, for hopping in. We are going to watch and commentate. We're going to transform this material so that we can not get hit. Because, the way Jan up in here knows so much about everything. Don't get me thinking that you hit me with the strikes. Because I pretty much have just got to assume that you are Kurt Metzger. So everyone's Kurt Metzger here, just so you know. I view everyone as that, whoever is watching this, okay? So please don't strike me. No, I fear no man, okay? I fear no man but the copyright strike man, okay? So thank you, Jan. And that's why, saying that's transformed. So thank you. And we're just learning as we go. And, but I do like to take my time, kind of give a little bit of, insight if one can. And again, it's not so much about watching the clips. I encourage you guys to watch that on your own. Okay. And furthermore, from the actual source, although the middle class creators economy that these people have created for not even me yet. I'm not in that area yet. Okay, by any means. Okay, but it's a bit of a playground, and I want to make sure that you. Just like with the music industry, we stop paying the artists, okay? And now look what we got. We got Jelly Roll getting pardoned, okay? Stay fat, Jelly Roll. You looked way better, okay? So put those, you need to have a little bit of weight on you, and leave the rest of the world alone because no one can sing in your key, but that's common knowledge, so I'm not saying anything new, so that's not transformative. But we won't talk so much about the inner workings of the show, or maybe that's all I talk about, because it wasn't until just a short while ago, I was just talking out to space. So thank you for showing up and hanging out, and I view this as just a hangout sesh and have some fun. But I'm gonna make myself, I'm gonna be a bit ridiculous, but this is all fun, lighthearted, and no visceral or hate, But I do hate, those. I can't even think of anything because I'm not in a very hateful mood. So, I would like to watch a bit of Kurt Metzger, but we got Sam Hyde. Okay, Sam Hyde just did a Jesse Lee, combination here. Now this just dropped, so I gotta let that thing breathe. Okay. I didn't follow Sam Hyde too much, but recently I feel like he's been pretty good. And there's that whole side, with even his producer was with Gavin McInnes and all that. So there's ties to all that stuff and that kind of comedy radio stuff that I didn't really follow until I didn't follow, but then I got to know a bit of Sam Hyde. Now I'm not the biggest fan of him as a he's funny, so he gets a little wild, but absolutely terrified of him. Like hanging out with this person is kind of like, and again, I don't know much about Gavin McInnes, but they're all kind of roughhousers. They all just want to wrestle and be, just moving bodies. They just move bodies around all the time. Gavin McInnes talks about hitting people in the face, wearing rings, and he's in some kind of fraternity and stuff. So, and that's the more fraternities, the better. Okay, but they love just kind of make a muck. So a little bit of Eric Andre kind of feel, and we got a bit of Eric Andre too, because Chet Hanks, you try to walk a mile in Chet Hanks shoes. Okay, it ain't happening. Okay, no one's gonna be walking a mile in Chet Hanks shoes. So we got a little bit of Chet Hank and Sam Hyde with Jesse Lee. Wait, is that it? Yeah, is it? But real funny stuff, I'm sure. But again, maybe I just let you guys know about this, and again, let this thing breathe, because we need to get that money in the views to the creator. So, not that I'm pulling in the numbers, and I don't. But again, just want to make sure that you go to the source. It's really good stuff. Now was this the one that? So with Shane. I think there was another Kurt Metzger one that Harlan Williams handled Sam well. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I feel like Jam brought a good point. Harlan Williams interviewing with Sam. Sam was getting a bit, rough. We saw last night. Pauly Shore just getting a little bit of the physical. Gotta be exposing yourself like Ari Shaffir. Okay, we don't care about your elephantitis. Okay, so. But they all just got this thing that they try to do. So, minds and voices, okay? I ain't talking anything normal when I got a microphone on me, okay? So I gotta be locked in, okay? So I'm a resonator, Kurt Metzger. So one should resound. So. But these guys, some good stuff. And, but yes, Harlan, sorry, there I go again. But Harlan Williams did a really good job to kind of, maintain peace and order, but allow it to kind of go, with it. Did Harlan actually jump on him too, or was it just Sam took the belt off and something wild like that? So we'll just let them kind of do their thing. It's entertaining, shock. It's like a shock jock. What do they call those videographers? Vlog kind of stuff. And but way deeper than that. I mean, I don't want to belittle anything that they're doing. He's doing fights and all that kind of stuff. So real fun stuff. There was another Metzger one that I think it was about the cloning, and I don't have that teed off here. So here's the background music that I was hoping to have. I should have this playing while I was talking. Oh. So tonight we're gonna look into the mind of Kurt Metzger, see what he says about a lot of things. Okay. I would kind of like to do the one about the clones, though. All right. Wait, maybe it's on here. We got some Chet Hanks. I mean, I wanted to get into like talking Dave Chappelle and his theory of, or the theory where, we'll get into it. It's all good. But, people think he's a clone. Now, of course I think he is. Okay, but I thought that a long time ago. So this is all just fun stuff. And then, okay, we got Kurt Metzger called. Okay, so now there was one about. We're just going through them. Oh, here's some Corey Feldman. Okay, so Jan talked about Corey Feldman, and with Jimmy Kennedy getting rid of the Corey Feldman interview. I too have been very, I guess, aggressive in the comments to tell him he needs to, release those files. Okay, release the Corey Feldman files. And so what happened? What happened with the old Corey Feldman interview? We got his where is it? Because he had the documentary about or something. So we got Chet Hanks. Oh, we got a little Chet Hanks and Eric Andre. So trying to combine them all. But yesterday we went into Pauly Shore, talking to Jamie Kennedy. This is just the intro, folks. Just intro. And we got the top 5 weird. Oh, but this is okay. Thank you. That's the music. Appreciate it. I was gonna have this as the waiting room. Yeah, getting tired of seeing the old I Rogan. All right, here we are. So lots of good. Someone did a full episode of Red Bar. It's good quality, so kudos to you. But that's a long file. Okay, so let's see if we can go to. Give me 1 second. I'll grab the other one. play the old music. I really wanted to do the Sam Hyde and Jesse Lee Peterson interview, but you know, I don't know. I feel like you got to give them a couple days. But not Kurt Metzger. That stuff is hot. Okay, we got to get it hot off the press. And there's a lot of recap and beautiful redundancy in Metzger stuff. So, but wow, here's Rogan. You know, we'll talk about that. And there we have it, folks. No. We'll end with that. Nice little sign off. All right, here. Oh, there it is. Okay. I figured out how to get that Joe Rogan picture off my my page. You just go down and edit right here. But I had that Joe Rogan eye on my front page here. Hey. All right, now here we got. Is this from? Okay, so this has got to be from the New Year's. So this is okay. Okay. Here's a fan made short. Okay, love these. I love it. I love the community that he's got, and you know, he's doing his thing. So love it all, and I love the topics and all that. But I can't handle these words. You know, you know, like, you can't have it be transformative like that. Okay, you know, there's already the watermarker here, and then we're gonna have, and it's not just text, it's loud in your face, like this type of closed caption, and it's very distracting. You know, like it's nothing I want to view, and that's why I had pulled this up a couple times, and I had to stop. And I'm like, oh my god, like, so again, it's best to go to the source. So in this case, you know, for you know, the people that strike pretty hard, you know, like, might be a little bit difficult to do source material from there, and then you'd have to rely on second or third hand, you know, versions like this. But you can't be doing this to be transformative. I mean, this is, so let me just play for a few minutes. Is this the beginning? Okay, let me start at the beginning, because this was a topic that I was interested in, because, man, some of these celebrities, you know, because we were talking about, you know, celebrities dying in mysterious ways, you know, even through what seems like bathroom rituals. And man, there was a video of that Britney Spears one, and you know, it looked like that was real. Okay, so then if they got a lookalike afterwards, to then be a public figure, a public, you know, representation, but then you really don't see that person out in public. When's the last time you seen Britney Spears out in public? Okay, she's only in those weird, glitchy videos. And I'm not saying that she's a clone, but those look like AI overlays on her face. So it doesn't look any, it looks like her spinning around doing all those knife stuff is not even like that was put, like that image was filmed somewhere else and then was then overlaid on. I'm saying overlay all the time because of OBS, but overlaid on what was her room with marble floors and pillars or whatever. So kind of wild stuff, So then they're talking about how cloning, it's been out there for a while, and something that they had to sign treaties for, to promise to not do back in the 60s. So, or maybe even sooner or earlier than that, or later, whichever way. Yeah. Don't be gonna get me going on that thing. But anyway, so, and then you see these, these celebrities looking kind of different when they, but here we are. Kind of fun stuff to consider. But again, Kurt Metzger stuff lately has been great. Okay. Ooh. His stuff is, he is very direct, right to the point. And, so what if he's kind of cleaned up his diet or something? If he's, it seems like he's vaping less. Is that something too? There's a considerable amount of more cognitive awareness that's happening with Kurt right now. And Sam has never been there. Never even once got to just dip his toes in that good old stream of consciousness. Okay. And he just got to be okay with being sober. Okay. So that's a sober life. No, but we love sobriety, and we love Mark's background. Okay. His, wait, you see, yeah, there, sewing machine right here. Thought you got rid of it. Don't be getting rid of your sewing machine. But again, the what's that called? The introvert, the INS personality type, in its truest form, and love how we got a little bit more to look at on the screen, because before it was just two small boxes, and then they finally got a little bit bigger, but now it looks like we got something nice here. But
I love Andy Hunt. He's a good dude.
He finds some wild shit. Okay, and Cambrian Genomics in 2014. Go watch a video. It's a great video. There was a guy, and I remember this because it was the Feminist Times, and this guy was promising, one, you could 3D print your own creature using CRISPR.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Cloning, by the way, we've been about to have clones every 20 years. We're on the cusp of cloning. And
Dolly the sheep, and
for like over 100 years, dude.
So it's not that we don't have the tech. Look, if you look into it, people don't say we don't have the tech. They say it's not ethical.
Yeah.
Didn't like Israel clone a baby? Didn't Israel clone a baby, and it went pretty quiet like
where you make
20 years ago?
Look, here's people.
Cloning is like GT7, just constantly being told it's about to come out. Constantly.
Well, it does come out. You don't get to avail yourself of it. Okay. Now, I don't know as far as cloning of rapid cycle cloning, which
I mean, again, where's Kurt getting this, like, this confidence that and it's not even a forced confidence. This is just, as a matter of fact, this is, and I would say it's because he's stating facts here. So this is him as being as a matter of fact and not having to get angry while he's in rhetoric. You know, I love Krupp in rhetoric. His rhetoric is great. And so when he starts to kind of get amped up, old Rogan wants to stop that. Okay, literal Joe Rogan doesn't allow Kurt to kind of, get amped up and then, kind of talk as if the person he's talking to is the one who is supposed to begin the receiving end of his apocalypse. Okay, he likes to kind of, act as if, and he's not, doing it like that. I mean, that's how people receive it. And Rogan loves stopping them like this, but at least Sam allows him to do that because he hasn't figured out that one should not speak to you like that. This is a man who has been scolded at for most of his life. Okay, this is not the thrill within the grill. This is, it's him bearing down in a sense of complete submission to this, the life that he has. Okay, so hang on there, hang in there, old AAA. Okay, old AAA, you can do it. No, we don't get into people's business. Okay, so but he allows Kurt to kind of be Kurt. But what do you guys think of the text? Okay, all this text flashing at you. So maybe while this is playing, I could find the source, because I think this is the New Year's Eve special, which was such a great video. So, and the one after that with paranoidamerican.com. I think that's who it was. Wow, that was. I want to watch that again at some point. But that all the information in that was really good to kind of hear it being kind of said out loud like that, and but with that plasma technology and all that, woo, man. So here we are now talking about clones. Now, if you guys can handle the text, we can show a little love to the fan page. So again, I like that, there's this kind of little economy for creators here, and, more power to Kurt if this is his page, maybe this is what his producer's friend does. But anyway, here we are.
Is the idea of Sam Tripoli's about to die, we'll just clone him a new body and pop his head in it or whatever.
Let's go, dude.
They definitely, the cloning, like Erica Kirk.
Here, let me back it up, because here he is talking about death and cloning, and there's been a lot of these, celebrity deaths or the symbol of death. But here we are. Let's see this.
Cycle cloning, which is the idea of Sam Tripoli's about to die, we'll just clone him a new body and pop his head in it or whatever.
Let's go,
dude. They definitely, the cloning, like Erica Kirk from 1975, who was from Brazil and was German. Did you know about that, Jay?
No, dude.
Okay, the head. Okay, let me take that back with the head, because do you guys remember seeing Jared Leto walking around with a head, and he was at an award show holding his own head. So is Kurt Metzger saying that like that's kind of a thing? Let me take that back here.
to avail yourself of it. Okay. Now, I don't know as far as cloning of rapid cycle cloning, which is the idea of Sam Tripoli's about to die. We'll just clone him a new body and pop his head in it or whatever.
Let's go, dude.
They definitely, the cloning, like Erica Kirk from 1975, who was from Brazil and was German. Do you know about that, Jay?
No, dude.
Yeah, Erica Kirk.
No, I heard that one before.
Oh, dude.
So Control History's got a great segment on that. Who else does? Maybe there's another person, but really good. It was totally Control History. Really good piece on that. And again, I highly recommend it. I think I have to stop watching Control History, which is really sad because I wish we could watch it, but it seems like when I'm watching that, I get the old copyright on my video, so it's not a strike, but it shows some kind of copyright. So maybe I played music in one of the videos, maybe something like that, but it's not showing me. But no, but I believe it. For what? I got to figure out a way where I can see the chat in real time. Sorry. But here, and two, there's probably a bit of a delay. But, 1 second. So here's you're talking about the Jared Leto head thing? Yeah, let's see if we can pull it up. Right there. So that's supposed to be Jared Leto right there. As the great Kurt Metzger would say, yeah, right. So that's his clone. That's his lookalike. Oh God. Seriously. Dude. Okay. When you're MK'd, you shouldn't show it. Okay. Good God, dude. Like, lighten up on the eyes, okay? You got them Sudoku eyes. There you are again. I'm seeing a little too much white around your irises, okay? Or the little things, your eyelids. Quit looking like Michael Jackson, okay? How, if only I could wear the armor that Michael Jackson wore. He was strapped up, all militarized. And these folks, okay? This is ridiculous. I mean, unbelievable. Anyways, so he's walking around with the head, but you ain't telling me that's... Let me see here. You ain't telling me that that's you, okay? Now, sometimes I don't know if I should even click on these unless they all kind of pop up on the side maybe, but sometimes it'll just be a picture on like a really bright white web page, and I ain't trying to look at that stuff. Okay, I need my visuals be dark. But, you know, the little canyon, so, you know, he's got good hair though, you know, and you know, if you got hair like that, you're gonna do all that. Trust me. Once upon a time, you know, I was able to just walk around like that. But you know, I gotta conserve my antennae, but allow that thing to flow. But you know, not a lot of people like them. Okay, so it's just kind of one of those. Ooh. Okay. Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes. All right. And how dare you touch that without your gloves? Okay. How dare you expose your hand? Okay. Don't you know all the germs are out there? Jared Leto. He's a germaphobe. So I like to scam him a little bit. Mystery says, do you know the once ahead stay ahead joke? I do not. Once ahead, you know, the once ahead stay ahead joke. I do not. Once ahead, stay ahead. But yeah, this is a lot of pictures with him with well, I guess I did do a award show. But how dare you look like you're crying? That is so, come on, that is fake. Jared Leto wins at the Oscars and became Japanime. That's anime and the Sudoku eyes. That's fake. Come on, that's fake. That's not his lips. If anything, if anyone was cloned, you know, it would be this person, right? He's got, you know, I think we looked into him before. I mean, no, we didn't. Sorry, Jello. No, we're diving deep into you, boy. Okay, so don't even think that. No, you know, if you got hair like that, you can do that. Then, yeah. Oh wait, no, he had all that. That's right. Oh wait, it was all that, the young girl, the kind of stuff. Okay, so yeah, none of that stuff. But anyways, he was walking around with a severed head. So yeah, no, that's right. No, not a fan. But you can see in those eyes, you know, that again, he might be a victim. Okay, Jared Leto might be a victim of something a little bit deeper, and I think maybe Pauly Shore might have a little bit of that as well. Okay, because you don't see that in Jimmy Kennedy. All right, Jimmy Kennedy doesn't have this little affect of Hollywood. Okay, well, Pauly Shore does, and he just allows it. He kind of says that, you know, a lot of it's, well, I mean, he admits to the whole, you know, the mother thing and all that thing. So, you know, but he loves that mask. All right, he was chewing that thing up when talking about the Reiners. Okay, saying that he's not going to say anything, and then about to mask up like, you know, that about to rob somebody. Okay, so take a look back at that. That was a rough one. Last night was a little bit of a slow pace. Okay, I get a little nervous when I do this stuff. All right, this is you know, I get excited that I get everything set up and ready to go, and then sometimes I forget that there's, you know, that I'm broadcasting. No, yeah, but I, you know, I appreciate the hang and all that. So anyways, all to say, we're looking into you too. Okay, don't think you can fool us with all your knowledge. Okay, who's feeding you that knowledge, Kurt? Okay, someone's giving them all this knowledge, and maybe, make sure there's no misinformation, because Joe Rogan was saying a lot about misinformation around Kurt. So hopefully, I'm very entertained, and a lot of his stuff seems factual. It doesn't, like, even the stuff that seems a bit woo-woo is grounded in what seems like research. So that's why I like it. Okay, Triple E here, he can kind of veer off in the kind of anyway, I prefer Kurt's method to the conspiracy side. That's all. So let's see what he talks about here, and because again, I was kind of wanted to look into the cloning and or watch later. Again, I forgot I should let this kind of breathe a little bit. Let's see what else we have. Tim Dillon. So, the chat. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Core film. Oh man, if you were to really take a look at someone who's cloned, and what's your deal, man? Okay, look at that. Another fighter, another boxer. Didn't he buy a wrestling league or something? And appreciate it. Appreciate mystery. And yeah, so I think you bought some kind of, like, why are you looking tough? Why are you trying to look tough? But you got the old Charlie Sheen look. Yeah, if you ask me. But some little bit of Corey Feldman news. I don't watch too much of Jay Oakerson, but him and Louis J. Gomez, it's kind of a nice little pairing. But I think the only person I could really handle on their own is Gomez. So little Chet Hanks action. Is this the clone? No. Oh, demonic possession. Okay. So he doesn't, you don't get in that realm. Okay. And I agree with him that, we don't need some of that weird energy. Okay. So you gotta get your energy from, like, singing. Okay. Not chanting. But, and I've noticed too, and I basically, I'm doing this broadcast just so I can talk. I talk all the time. Okay. But, so this helps work those muscles. Okay. So I've been working the brain muscle a little too much, so I need to just talk. No, I don't work my brain at all. Okay. That thing is empty. not a drop in there. All right. So, oh yes. And oh my God. Okay, this one. Okay, if you guys haven't, and we'll get back on the cloning thing, but this is the one that I really wanted to talk about, okay? Because the Dave Chappelle thing, and the Dave Chappelle show thing in particular, he goes full into, that there is even this, sorry, I'm not trying to zoom in on your freshly shaved scruff, okay? Kudos to you for doing that and going right onto camera, because you wouldn't see me for a good 3 months if I shaved, okay? I ain't seen a fresh shave, especially if it's not, especially a fresh trim like this, I gotta have it natural, okay? So it's either all off or you just grow it out for a while, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm growing out for a while, and I'll never trim it while I'm growing it. That is the worst thing for you to ever do. Okay, but he does it okay. All right, but you trim, too much, and a little, or not enough here, but then too much here, you lost the layer. Okay, it's got to have a natural layer where it all grows at the same time, and then it has this stair step kind of layering to it. But if you cut the lower part all the way up to your top part, and that top part has the same amount of time of growth, you didn't match it with everything you cut on the bottom, okay? Because your jaw is at an angle here. So the stuff here is growing, the stuff here is here, so it's overlapping. So you gotta make sure you cut it even, and you can't, okay? There's no way you can ever do it, so that's why you just grow it out and then just shave it and then grow it out again, all right? And you'll see too, who was that? I think Jamie Kennedy, you try to have a trimmer, because again, he did a good job, but like all the top layers here that have grown are now longer than the ones that grew here that are shorter. So it's going to have this weird poofy kind of thing. Okay, you don't want this like mound, like that. But oh well, here we are. But this is so good. He dives into and with everything he does, have do a little trim. That's fine. Okay, not hating on the trim, but you gotta let this grow. Okay, it's anyway. He goes into the Dave Chappelle conspiracy theory, okay, and obviously there's a bit of like the clone thing where Dave Chappelle, could be a clone, right? He looks a bit different than he did before. His voice is different, okay. Joe Rogan's voice is a bit different from the HGH that he takes. Okay, we see that in other actors. The Efron guy. They'll look kind of deformed afterwards from taking that stuff. So, Dave Chappelle has a little bit of a different look than how he looked before, okay? And it seems like he has to convince people by wearing his name on his clothing, just to remind you, that's a little bit of that, what Kurt Metzger talks is that little word magic, okay? To really just, look at that right there. Like I just said, okay, he has to wear his name. Now, okay, so that's in a way of almost like a military patch. Okay, so that's a little bit different. Okay, but he has other outfits that he's done for his special, like that blue. Was that like a one piece? Like I think there's a couple of them. Yeah, and you're right, Odin, and good to see you. Yeah, Dave Chappelle has gone through it. Okay, he's got and that's why, you know, like my coping mechanism for this, for the trauma that he's been through, is to just think that this is just a clone, because no man could go through what he went through. Okay, and that was the funniest show out there, the funniest show. You know, there, and we have to watch this, because he talks about how, you know, there's this online conspiracy, or this online thread that has this whole narration, and it's a little bit, you know, like, okay, well, maybe someone just wrote this, but the timeline and everything is very well done. So if anything, it's very entertaining. But it says a lot of, you know, really cool, you know, well, some interesting things as far as like him possibly being contacted by people to tell him to tone down the show because of the way that he's portraying black people. And he's like, nope, I'm fine. I'm going to continue with what's working. Okay. Because this show's working. So anyways, so, Perisky TV here does an amazing job. And I've seen his other stuff. I don't know if I'm sure you guys have seen them too, but, highly recommend it. And, he puts on these kind of like, unsolved mystery kind of mini documentaries that's really good. Okay, so you do see, so Odin still sees old Dave in there. Okay. Yep. All right. Well, I'm great with that. And I don't even think that this one has too much to do with that. I think maybe at the end he kind of alludes to how people could think that that he might be a clone, but that's not even what this documentary is about. It's about all this drama that had happened during production of the show, and it's pretty good, or it's really good. But let me good old gothic here. Well, let's just I'm jumping all over, folks. Let's just have a listen here. I really like playing the intros, but maybe that's how they're striking me, because they're hearing their intro. But I'll do it one more time here, and this is just paying tribute. Okay, I like to get a sense of the aesthetic.
Hey guys, welcome back to Parasite TV, where today we'll be diving back into the Celebrity Conspiracy Theory Iceberg, a series where we explore the dark...
Okay, sorry guys, his audio is a bit off on this video, okay? So you kind of have to... his other videos are not like this. So on this one, his audio sync, it was just a bit off of his mouth, I'm pretty sure, but here we are.
Where today we'll be diving back into the Celebrity Conspiracy Theory Iceberg, a series where we explore the dark corners of Hollywood and expose the disturbing secrets of the world's most famous celebrities. From conspiracy theories to bizarre scandals and open secrets to chilling and infamous crimes.
Yes.
So if you love videos about conspiracy
yes, John,
theories,
Clayton,
bizarre events,
Bigsby,
and disturbing mysteries,
subscribe to my channel and turn notifications on so you never miss a video. But before we get started, could you please...
Yeah. John says Clayton Bigsby is the funniest comedy segment on TV or the big screen. To me, it was perfectly done. I watched it every once in a while when I was angry at work. So it made me like, yes, exactly. Isn't that amazing what stuff like that does?
Today, Dave Chappelle is inarguably one of the most famous comedians in the world. But if you weren't around in the early 2000s, you may not have a firm grasp on just how insanely famous Chappelle was. He was already well known in the comedy scene in the late 90s and landed an HBO comedy special in 2000. making his debut in front of a worldwide audience with Killing Them Softly. However, Dave's fame
And yes, Odin,
skyrocketed
good
in
points.
2003 when Chappelle's Show came out, quickly making him one of the most famous celebrities in the world. Chappelle's Show wasn't just funny, it was iconic. It was something fresh.
It was so
and new,
good.
and it satirized racial issues in a way that seemed to make everybody laugh.
I mean, again, it's really hack to say this, but it couldn't be made today, you know what I mean? But and there's so much that has stemmed from this show, but at that time, you know, and then the DVDs. I mean, come on, you had to have the DVD package, the DVD set of Chappelle. Everyone had that. You had to have that, The Office, you know, and then a few, you know, the British version of The Office, and then I had all the Family Guys when they first came out. You know, it was like, wow, you could rewatch these. That was a new concept. So then you had 24 DVD box set. I mean, come on. So Chappelle, man. So, you know, again, really, and you know, he was in the game for a while. Okay, so it's, you know, nowadays people are just trying to hit that level right out of the gate. Okay, he put in his time, and had a little bit of a huge opportunity, and he seized it. But I don't know too much about the beginnings of it. But you know, maybe we'll discover a little bit more about that. But again, really good production if you haven't seen his stuff. So let's take a look here.
Chappelle's Show was a massive hit. The first season sold a record-breaking 1.7 million DVD copies, and after the second season, he signed a $50 million contract to produce seasons 3 and 4. But during production of the highly anticipated third season
3 and 4
in 2005, Dave abruptly quit, not only leaving the show, but the public eye entirely, immediately fleeing to South Africa and ultimately walking away from the $50 million.
Okay, these interviews right here, like, we'll never get this back. Okay, we'll never get this, you know, where the audience is so unaware of what's happening behind the scenes of you know, whoever is being interviewed. We all know a bunch of information about everyone who's going to be interviewed by somebody else. And during this time, the only thing that you really knew about this person is, you know, what they, you know, talked about on these interviews. And a lot of these interviews were conducted by these very well-connected people. So this one, you know, for instance, is Oprah. So now people have said a lot of stuff about Oprah. And in the Control History documentary, he talks about locking techniques and how they're able to, you know, hypnotize people, and by these trigger words, like a phrase, like the moon's shining brightly tonight, and that will put them in a hypnotic state, and they will then carry out whatever orders that are given to them without any you know, without any recall. So for me, it just seemed that, you know, the red carpet where everyone's, you know, like, hey, have you did it? You know, like, those were probably opportunities to you know, initiate these, you know, these locking techniques possibly, and then with these talk shows or these, you know, late night shows, not the YouTube late night shows, okay, not us, but these people. So here he is back from Africa and kind of explaining the story. Now, if you go back and watch this interview, you will hear a tone in Oprah that is very similar to what that she was interviewing Elon Musk via telecast during the time where people were rioting against Teslas and keying them and smashing them up. And the lady, it seemed like it was like the World Economic Forum kind of layout. And she was teleconferencing. She was in a big auditorium with a bunch of people sitting on a couch, in this huge space. And she was then communicating with Elon Musk. And she was like, so do you feel like you've learned a lesson? Do you feel like moving forward, you will then reconsider your positioning? And he's like, no. So this is the same tone that she'll have when she's talking to Dave. Now, this is like, yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, I want to think he's a clone so bad. See, I don't believe in aliens, but I want to think that he's been replaced so bad. Come on, Dave, you've been replaced. Oh man, no, he's thriving, and that kind of perseverance, you gotta watch out for those men. You can't control that kind of person. So that's why they are on the attack, okay? Because they want to control each and every one of you. All right, so we are free. Ooh, my tabs. We are free and independent thinkers, but they did not want him to be. So this
immediately fleeing to South Africa and ultimately walking away from the $50 million. Obviously, the question is why. Well, in 2006, a website called ChappelleTheory.com
all right, here it is.
went online and appeared to have
ChappelleTheory.com.
all the answers. The site wove an extremely detailed and compelling story about Dave's rise to fame and what caused him to suddenly flee to South Africa, alleging those responsible belonged to an organization made up of America's most influential African-American politicians, leaders, and celebrities. The organization was dubbed both the Dark Crusaders, seems a bit racist, and the Black Illuminati. Eventually, the whole thing was debunked as a hoax, complete with somebody taking responsibility, claiming that they set this site up in order to sell t-shirts. But due to the details surrounding the debunking of the site, as well as certain other things that have transpired since, many online sleuths believe the narrative that was proposed by the site, with even some of those that knew Dave best inferring that he has changed so dramatically, he might not even be the same person.
Okay, so there he is. So they don't spend a whole lot of time talking about it. But yeah, it looks similar height and frame. Yeah, he just stopped smoking crack. That's all. So get back on that crack, man. We liked what you're coming up with. But hey, I'm enjoying this too. So, but those, those HGH, man, they'll change your voice and, do stuff. Allow your own resonator to change your voice, not chemicals. But we should maybe move on to Kurt Metzger. Here I am just watching the stuff, so gotta make sure I'm Oh, here. Okay, here's a little bit of Jesse Jackson. Here, we'll just hit this high peak here and then get back to Kurt Metzger. But I just wanted to introduce you to this this guy's channel because he talks about this the Dave Chappelle conspiracy theory. Get on there.
Rocket money to cancel my unwanted subscriptions and low subscriptions to help cable and join the over 10 million members or to Rocket Money. This loosely knit, informal group had played a key role in Chappelle's rise to stardom. They had been instrumental in securing movie and television roles, offering counsel, and simply aiding Chappelle financially when his stand-up work couldn't pay the bills during his lean early years. Over the last 2 years, they had watched...
And we all, we all remember the lean years. Okay. So they're trying to... maybe it was some kind of blackmail or, they're trying to blackmail him with something or, I don't know, but...
Warily, as Chappelle's show had become the Comedy Central's premier show, eclipsing even South Park and The Daily Show in terms of buzz. Introduction page 3 describes how a group informally known as the Dark Crusaders, led in part by Bill Cosby, had long opposed the creative direction of Chappelle's show, believing it reinforced damaging racial stereotypes and, in Cosby's words, was, quote, setting race relations back 50 years. Despite voicing concerns to Dave Chappelle for 2 years, they couldn't sway his comedic approach. When Chappelle signed a $50 million deal, guaranteeing massive attention for season 3, the group saw it as a crisis point. Meeting secretly at Atlanta's Omni Hotel in August, they drafted a detailed 5-point plan, funded, coordinated, and using any means necessary to prevent the third season from ever airing, setting up the narrative of Chappelle's eventual fall from grace. Introduction pages 5, 6, and 7 introduce us to the Dark Crusaders, describing the members as an ad hoc organization whose members were all an integral part of Dave Chappelle's early life and career.
Okay, so here it is. And, people like P. Diddy did that for Usher and Justin Bieber. Jamie Foxx. Was he taken in by someone? I know he's taken in a few mentorees. So, these were his funders, and you can see that, it was, a bit political. Okay, so when we would call the 7,000 Club. Okay, so Dave Chappelle, just like a lot of these people, they're getting paid, and if you do, if you take money from them, you gotta kind of play according to what they think. So, and with me, all you gotta do is just be in my chat, and I'll think exactly what you think. Okay, so I don't have an opinion. Okay, it's whatever you guys think is my point of view. John says she was trying to control him or guide the conversation with Chappelle, and he was not. Yeah, exactly. So at the that's exactly it. And with an agenda and a bias. So it's it's wild, but here we are.
A group known as the Dark Crusaders came together to sabotage Chappelle's career because they felt the material on Chappelle's show was not reflecting well on the black community. Using a mix of measures, the Dark Crusaders achieved its primary goal, the cancellation of Chappelle's show's third season, and the near crippling of Chappelle's comedy career. According to the site, the members of the Dark Crusaders were the following: Al Sharpton, infamous and controversial former mayoral, congressional, and presidential candidate, civil rights activist, reparations advocate, Pentecostal minister.
So who would that be? Today, is this, like, who kind of fills this spot today? Yeah, I think maybe it's the political pundits. You know, there's not a whole lot of religion connected to much of the stuff. And besides, these other countries, and don't get, if Joe Rogan's scared about talking about a certain country that says small as Rhode Island, then I ain't saying anything. Okay, but it seems like some of these these radical religious and political figures, it seems more political now, not too much religious, but definitely more fundamental if there is religion involved. So yeah, there's a different era, but still the same problem.
Sir. Connection to Chappelle was a rabid fan of stand-up comedy who took an early liking to Chappelle and offered support and encouragement early on in his career. Jesse Jackson, former Martin Luther King confidant and presidential candidate, founder of the Rainbow Coalition, and prominent civil rights leader for over 40 years. Connection to Chappelle, friend of Chappelle's mother, Yvonne Cerrone, and has known Chappelle since he moved to Washington, D.C. with his mother after his parents' divorce. Louis Farrakhan, leader of the African American Nation of Islam, founder of the Million Man March, and former confidant of both Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, rumored to have been involved with the assassination of Malcolm X, has elicited controversy by espousing his views that the white race.
So, this guy here,
was invented.
Hold on. Let's finish him
by espousing his views that the white race was invented by an evil scientist named Yakub in one of the
Oh, now he's gone.
In one of the craters on the
Breaking
dark
the fourth
side
wall
of the
here.
moon. Connection to Chappelle has advised Chappelle on spiritual matters related.
Okay. Anyway, I just want to take a look at that guy's face here. Woof. He yeah. He has never done something that he didn't want to do. Okay. That's someone who found enjoyment even in the malicious things, okay? And I don't have a very vague awareness of you. I'm just looking at you, brother. There is a little too much enjoyment in the non-need to explain yourself. Okay. And another strong second-hand man right there. And talking about why people are invented by who?
X, rumored to have been involved with the assassination of Malcolm X, has elicited controversy by espousing his views that the white...
I wonder if this guy... Ooh, wait a second. No. Take a look at that. Oh, we're gonna...
And former confidant of both Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, rumored to have been involved...
So you just take it. Oh.
March, and former confidant of both Elijah Muhammad
I like those sunglasses.
and Malcolm X, rumored to have been involved...
Right. Oh, I lost it. Anyways, he was looking at him like he was plotting. Okay. Ooh.
with the assassination of Malcolm X.
Oh. Ooh, a little rise in the... Oh. What did you just say to make you so happy? He's plotting against him. Better watch yourself.
Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm
Watch
X,
him.
rumored to have been involved with the assassination of Malcolm X, has elicited controversy by espousing his views that the white race was invented by an evil scientist named Yakub in one of the
little
In one of
glitchy
the
there.
craters on the dark side of the moon, Connection to Chappelle has advised Chappelle on spiritual matters related to the Islamic faith. Bill Cosby, Philadelphia-born star of I Spy, Fat Albert, and The Cosby Show.
Oh man, yeah, it's like all those commercials back then seemed so innocent.
Purveyor of respectable black family television. And he did some other stuff too. Some pretty bad stuff. Really bad stuff. Connection to Chappelle helped secure the role of Achu in Mel Brooks' Robin Hood Men in Tights for Chappelle. Advised Chappelle against taking the role of Bubba in the film Forrest Gump. Whoopi Goldberg portrayed Guinan, bartender of the 10 Forward Lounge aboard the Starship Enterprise in the hit television show Star Trek: The Next Generation. Connection to Chappelle gave Chappelle one of his early breaks when she offered him the chance to appear on Comic Relief in 1994. Oprah Winfrey, billionaire talk show host and the most powerful woman in show business.
Okay,
Also,
here we go.
not the best judge of.
Okay, so he's going to get into a bit of Oprah. All right, and she's been connected for a long time. Okay, and so I'm sure the people that put her on were some of the, maybe they weren't the same people that were, obviously putting on Chappelle, but definitely in that same vein, or at least funded her after she, started gaining some traction or something. But it seemed like she had kind of like or was she a lawyer? Was she out of Harvard? But Chicago girl, right? Chi-town. And so I don't know too much about how she got into it, but it seemed like it was the old, I don't know. Everyone was so proud of her. Okay. But here we are, talking about Oprah. What happened in Hawaii, Oprah? Okay, why are you seeking out handouts?
Character. Look up John of God if you don't know who that is. Connection to Chappelle. Worked briefly with Chappelle when he was an extra on the set of The Woman of Brewster Place, and offered mentoring.
We're doing a little
early on in
conspiracy
his career.
tonight.
Robert
Little
L.
conspiracy.
Johnson, founder of BET, the first
We'll
black
get some Kurt
company
Metzger in here
listed
too.
on the New York Stock Exchange. First black owner of a major sports franchise, the NBA's Charlotte Bobcats. Served on the board of U.S. Airways, Hilton Hotels, and General Mills. Connection to Chappelle. Used his influence in corporate America to help broker deals for Chappelle to be the pitch man for both
Farrakhan.
Pepsi and Coca-Cola at different times in his career. And with the alleged members of the Dark Crusaders laid out, we can now dive into the theory. The first episode of Chappelle's Show aired on January.
Okay, we're gonna start right into the theory here. Let me take it back here, and Jen was saying, what happened to Farrakhan? They just decided to take the cameras and microphones away from Farrakhan. They used they knew him. Oh, okay, yeah. So are you saying that they used Farrakhan whenever they knew? Okay, interesting. Okay, so we're gonna get into the first part of how basically his donors were wanting him to. Now I'm guessing that maybe they were part of. I mean, maybe they were part of his funding his production too, or maybe they're affiliated with the channel, because he was on Comedy Central, right? So just like how no one's really talking about Bill Gates, what you doing spraying the sky, allegedly. Okay. Quit dimming things. All right, we don't need to live in the gray, depressing little world that you find yourself in because you're just staring at your the software programs constantly. Okay, I got OBS syndrome here. Seeing nothing but gray. But I am freed up a bit from the hotkey position, because now I'm just staying in this, and now I can move around. Thank you. Do not use studio mode in OBS, because then you want to come up with different camera positions and transitions. You want to feel like you're producing a news show. So here we are with old Dave Chappelle's. Oh man, Dave Chappelle, man. I need to go back and watch some Dave Chappelle at some point. It'd be good. Oh, we've got to watch some Dave. I wonder if we could at some point watch a episode or so. Maybe a couple clips, because man, that stuff is so funny. But here we are. We're gonna learn about this conspiracy that's just online, and this random person is just writing this theory like Q. This is the QAnon for the Chappellenadas. Okay.
January 22nd.
I'll rewind
we
it
can now
here.
Dive into the theory. The first episode of Chappelle's Show aired on January 22nd, 2003. It was a lightly promoted 30-minute show that Comedy Central executives hoped would perform, as well as earlier shows, such as Strangers with Candy or The Man Show. The budget and stars were modest. Chappelle's biggest success up until this time had been the cult stoner comedy Half Baked, and his expectations were modest. Chappelle was looking forward to the show's debut, but was nonplussed about its chances for success. Clearly, neither Comedy Central or Chappelle had any inkling of the impact Chappelle's Show would have on pop culture. Theory page 2. The first episode featured the blind, black, white supremacist character, Clayton Bigsby. One of the viewers...
Wait a second. The first episode? No way. Hold on a second. That was the first episode? I have that like one of the last episodes in my mind. First show. Wait, that was the first oh my god.
Of the impact Chappelle's Show would have on pop culture. Theory page 2. The first episode featured the blind, black, white supremacist character, Clayton Bigsby. One of the viewers that night was Bill Cosby. And
oh my god. That was his first one. No way. Oh my god. So yeah, so John knew it from the very beginning. Oh my god. Yeah. I can't believe that was the first. Well, and of course that would be the first. Like, you come up with an idea like that, and you got yourself a show. You know, you tell executives that, hey, I got this idea for, a black man being a black blind man being oh my god, that is, man. Oh man, those were the days, weren't they? 2003. Wow. But the thing was too, it was so good because maybe things were just a bit dry back then. A little bit too, that era of music was, there was some good stuff, but this was a good time. This was a good era here.
Old friend of Chappelle's, and he was not pleased. The second episode featured Tyrone Biggums.
Oh my god!
That lectures at a school during Drug Awareness Week.
That's this. Oh my god! So your first episode, you have an absolute classic character, something that to this day, even John here watches whenever he's upset to laugh. Okay, the first one out of the gate. And then the second one here, you got what was his name? Oh,
he says that Biggums, he was not pleased. The second episode featured Tyrone Biggums.
Oh my god! Oh man, this, I mean, and this, again, this whole aesthetic was my life. I mean, this, you know, I was, well, you know what though? It probably more so in the DVD time. Okay, maybe not when it first aired. But once the DVDs came out, man, that was such a good set. And they would have that guy, you know, the singer, and you'll come in and I'm chilling down and that shit. Whoo, yeah. Oh man, it's like the old Derp with Kerp, you know, a little kind of folky, you know. But that was his second episode. Wow. Okay, so he's coming in hot, and the black community is not liking it. Well, at least, you know, these figures, you know, these politically correct people here.
Of Chappelle's, and he was not pleased. The second episode featured Tyrone Biggums.
Wait, hold on. Oh, Bill Cosby wasn't pleased, folks. Okay.
2. The first episode featured the blind, black, white supremacist character, Clayton Bigsby.
First episode.
One of the viewers that night was Bill Cosby, an old friend of Chappelle's, and he was not pleased.
Oh.
The second episode featured Tyrone Biggums,
Don't get
a
Cosby
crackhead
mad.
that lectures at a school during Drug Awareness Week, during which he says that dog food is delicious, and that he is for crack. Once again, Cosby was watching, and he was absolutely livid over Chappelle's portrayal of.
It's not only so funny, it is the pure and utter commitment to it, and like the stakes were so high. Okay. But this wasn't like a Jim Carrey overacting. This was you know, something so it was a beautiful parody of truth, at least within Dave Chappelle's eyes. Okay, so he was able to parody these things better. Well, at least for sure this time, you know, and there are people in, you know, times past that, you know, were really good at this comedy thing. Okay, but it does make you wonder why Dave Chappelle doesn't do sketches anymore. Okay, now granted, sketch shows are not really what's kind of going on right now. So, you know, Dave Chappelle is, you know, a forward thinker. He came up with something like this, you know, before anything was really happening like that. So, you know, maybe Dave Chappelle's clearly seeing that, you know, it's not really the route to go, you know, doing sketch comedy. But yeah, very organic. Yes, Jan. And and that's exactly it. Like it, yeah. But I only knew him, you know, really through his roles that he played. So, and not so much on the stand-up. But apparently Joe Rogan makes everyone feels like they gotta be a stand-up comedian. That's you're those 250 assassins that, you know, there's not very many of you guys in the world, apparently, you know, that are really doing it, like really making money at it. Joe Rogan likes to remind everyone, you know, there's only just a handful of us that are really good, right? And then he wants to, you know, have that comedian that he's talking to say, yes, Rogan, that's right. Yeah. Trying to get Rogan to feel, Rogan's trying to feel included in that group. You're not part of this 250, Rogan, okay? Sigh. Your stand-up is not funny. Okay. He used to do decent interviews, but you got to make sure you're not shaking the, stirring the mud. Okay. Stirring something. Okay. So that's why we go to Kurt Metzger now. Okay. Kurt Metzger will say whatever we want him to. So, dance puppet. Yes. Oh my God. And as Prince. Yes, exactly. Like, oh my God. Oh man. The Prince episode. Oh my, it was so good. So good. All right. Man, we just might have to. I mean, how can you not pull this stuff up? I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we get conspiracy and comedy. That's what Kurt Metzger brings. He brings comedians and conspiracies. And, but here with old Chappelle, he's in it. Okay, so he ain't talking about it anymore. He is a topic of it, and when you become a topic, whoo, okay, don't become a topic. But this we'll definitely have to do some Chappelle.
The black community. He was beginning to think about sending Chappelle some kind of message about the show's outrageous tone. The third episode poked fun of Roots, a 1977 miniseries based on a book depicting the struggles of African slaves in the 19th century, a series held sacred by many African-American baby boomers. Soon after the airing of this show, a friend of Minister Louis Farrakhan recalled a heated phone call discussion between Farrakhan and Cosby. It appeared that, already upset from having seen Chappelle's show before, Cosby had been pushed over the edge and decided to seek out help from his influential friends. Chappelle's show was picking up steam in the ratings. Episode 4 fantasizing about what would happen if black people received reparations. A ghetto hustler named Tron supplants Bill Gates as the world's richest man, and stock market prices for fried chicken related companies surge. It's about this time that Al Sharpton, a longtime fan of Chappelle, noticed the show's growing popularity, and he began writing concerned letters to his contemporaries about Chappelle. Episode 6 of Chappelle's show featured the sketch It's a Mad Real World, a take on MTV's Real World series. In the Chappelle version, a white suburban male rooms with 6 black inner-city youth and is terrorized throughout his stay. Robert L. Johnson, alerted by the rumblings coming from the Cosby, Farrakhan, and Sharpton camps, decided to tune into this episode to see what Chappelle had been doing that was getting so many black leaders rankled.
Again, like, why? Like, it shows that they were probably in the middle of attempting to do something. They were like, you were getting in the way of them, about to do this, takeover. What is it, guys? Huh? Why is it that a little bit of comedy, has to be stopped? If not that they are trying to have like this different kind of a little bit of agenda behind it, and it would, like, that kind of portrayal was stopping that, because I don't think it was just they didn't like the portrayal, but that they were in the middle of doing a movement, and they wanted they didn't want to be portrayed like that, because that was, that's a stereotype, and they're wanting to kind of they just don't want to have their own channel any longer. Okay, the BET channel is not good enough. It's not good enough for anyone. You should have your own channel if you like, and then participate in everyone else's channel. And you did, but then you tell people you didn't. Okay, and that's gaslighting and manipulation, and no one likes it. and the people that are doing it do it to other people, and he's doing it to Chappelle. Okay, so he's trying to do his little movement mission, and Chappelle is rocking the boat. Okay, so Rogan won't rock the boat anymore, and we've known that for a long time, and ever since Eddie Bravo, okay, ever since Eddie Bravo, we all know that he's just not going there. Rogan's not going there anymore. He's not going to get all freaky with it and think that nukes aren't real and there's no such thing as dinosaurs. That was just men trying to create a little fantasy drama back in the day. Have a little bets that they're racing to find dinosaur bones. So there's no real bones in the museum. Everyone knows that. Okay, they're all just casts. So those Tyrannosaurus Rexes you're looking at, that's not a real bone. Okay, that's just that's all plaster, and they don't even have the real bones hidden somewhere. Okay, so it's easy for someone like Eddie Bravo to get there, to think that kind of stuff, and Joe Rogan's funded now. Okay, Charlie Kirk was funded. Yeah, with the Charlie Kirk thing, we'll just I don't want to get my channel flagged, but I'm definitely in the exploding lapel mic boat. So I feel like that was an explosion, making the shirt kind of poof up from inside of the shirt. So if he had a microphone or a lapel battery system kind of underneath his shirt, and then it exploded and then went through, so the lapel was hanging here and then went through the neck like this, coming out. But it did look kind of funky, so it did have like this weird coagulation kind of thing, a little bit thick, but so it could have been fake blood, one of those exploding pods, those where they, and then they all rushed him away to fake his death, because there's a lot of talk about faking your death, even in commercials. Okay, there's a video out there showing that, an insurance company or something like that was like, instead of, it was kind of, there was a couple that was going to fake their death to avoid some kind of insurance or whatever. If you're trying to, or like, there's no need to fake your death in order to, feel like you're being represented or whatever, the commercial was. So there's a lot of this, faking your death thing too. So maybe Charlie Cook might have faked his death too, just because maybe he was getting some real, death threats. Candace Owens says that she was too, and maybe they found a way to fake his death, and now he's back in Valhalla. Okay, so once Kash Patel's roommate kicks him out for being annoying and not paying rent, maybe Kash Patel will make his way to Valhalla and see Charlie Kirk and witness protection plan. But yeah, Jan, about the exploding mic. Yeah, it does seem to make the most sense, and we can even take a look at. So I mean, spent months looking at that stuff, but there was these acoustic readings that they had done to figure out where the shot came from, and within those sonar acoustic charts that they were able to draw up, they all were actually coming from the tent area. So the initial sound and the explosion wasn't far off, but that and a lot of people described the gunshot as a crack or like a snap or like a cracking sound. So that's like an explosion, and probably exploding like a material being broken from the explosion. It's probably what they heard. So then they got, because they had pagers that were exploding. So yes, I'm definitely in the exploding lapel camp myself, and I also think too that them paving over everything and doing all that was very strange. So, and apparently the area that they were doing it from had a trap door. But then there's also this thing where they're talking about that, Charlie Kirk's team was very insistent that this thing be outdoors instead of indoor in the auditorium, which they normally do. So the team was very insistent on it being outdoors, and according to Candace, she's saying that the team that he was around was fairly new. Within a year or two, a lot of the people that were around him, his handlers and all that, security, were maybe a year or two new, if that. But anyway, so that's all CK. But let's get back to CP.
After this episode, he agreed with the others and decided to get involved with them in potentially taking measures to interfere with Chappelle. Theory, March 2003. Episode 8 of Chappelle's show saw the re-emergence of Tyrone Biggums. After the show's conclusion, a reportedly furious Cosby got Farrakhan and Al Sharpton, who he had heard were also concerned about Chappelle's effect on the African-American community, on a conference call. The three men decided to meet for lunch at Farrakhan's Chicago residence to discuss what action to take. Episode 8 also featured the player haters Ball and a character named Silky making derogatory remarks about Rosie O'Donnell, which was brought to Oprah Winfrey's attention after O'Donnell mentioned the remark while lunching with Winfrey at the Palm in West Hollywood the next day. Winfrey, who had supported Chappelle early on, had her staff get a tape of Chappelle's show so she could take a look at the sketch.
Oh, John, you'd asked about getting StreamYard. Sorry, I didn't see that message. Sorry to just stop it like this. I probably shouldn't do that. You were asking if I plan to get StreamYard to open up the chat or communication channels. The chat and communication channels. I guess I'm unfamiliar with that. Like outside of the chat itself. Or are you asking like for where you can be able to broadcast as well and kind of chime in? Not sure what you're asking. But let me play this. I'm gonna see if I can pull up a little clip of
She was
show
appalled at the subject's Chappelle mind for humor and immediately began calling friends in the black entertainment and business communities to see what they thought of the show's content. The season's 10th episode features the R. Kelly on You video. This controversial sketch ignited a world of criticism and, unsurprisingly, caught the attention of Bill Cosby once again. In a call on March 27th, Cosby voiced his concerns directly to Chappelle. In an aside to a coworker, Chappelle reported telling Cosby how he was thankful for his insight, but while the show was riding a wave of acclaim, he didn't want to tinker with a successful formula. He believed Cosby was just overreacting and didn't think much of the phone call. On April 1st, 2003, Oprah Winfrey and Bill Cosby were seen dining together in Philadelphia, where Cosby voiced his frustration over failing to persuade Dave Chappelle to change the direction of Chappelle's show. Oprah reportedly agreed that she shared similar concerns. During the long dinner, they discussed ways to quietly pressure Chappelle into altering the show's content. Oprah offered to contact others who had expressed worries to her as well. This was the informal creation of the group that would later be known as the Dark Crusaders. The first...
All right, so that's the Dark Crusaders. Now he's saying that the Dark Crusaders are stopping Chappelle from... Oh, so John, you're saying that you can talk with stream... Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I thought that that's what Discord was able to do. Like, I think there might be a way where if you're in the I'm not a Discord guy. I'm not even a Reddit guy. Okay, I barely even do the old X. Okay, so I'm not that immersed into all this kind of stuff, but I like to tinker occasionally. But I thought I had read somewhere that you can use Discord, and then they can I can put that in my my operating system. The OBS is what I'm using. That's the free one. But StreamYard. I know EV Mux. There's a plan, or like there's a fee. I think it's one of those like watermark things. I tried to do that with Restream, trying to stream to Kick and Twitch at the same time with YouTube, but it's a little clunky, and it's not just going. Streaming from YouTube seems to be a bit easier, but I was thinking that Discord did that, and then we could bring you guys in and discuss the show too. But I'm not sure about it. But yeah, we can. Oh, you can talk with StreamYard. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we'll I'll look into that too, because that you guys will know more than I do. I'm just kind of broadcasting it, and I would love to be able to kind of extend this out. So I think that'd be because I feel like on the thing that I'm using now, the OBS, that you were able to do that somehow. But we'll look into that. I'm gonna pull up a Chappelle Show clip here.
The Chappelle Show aired on April 9th, 2003, featuring a sketch spoofing the popularity of mate swap reality television programs. It revolved around a black family and a white family trading spouses, and plays on long-held stereotypes about black male virility, while willfully promoting racial miscegenation. Louis Farrakhan, most likely under the direction of Cosby, sought out the opportunity to speak with Chappelle. Farrakhan, who had advised Chappelle on his conversion to Islam in 1998, visited Chappelle on location days after the episode aired. His concerns fell on deaf ears, as Chappelle was resistant to pressure to tone down the show's content. With Chappelle's show on hiatus before production for season 2 commenced, Chappelle took some downtime at his Ohio area farm. It was here that he received a strange package. As told by Dave himself, at around noon, in the middle of an early season Cincinnati Reds game, there was a knock at his door. Chappelle was a bit concerned, as no one except his close family and friends were aware of where he was. When he opened the door, all he found was a crudely wrapped package with the inscription, "For Chappelle." Inside the package was a voodoo doll-style replica of Chappelle dressed as Clayton Bigsby, the African-American Klansman from his first show. The doll was riddled with safety pins and had a noose tied sharply around his neck. Accompanying the doll was a message in a childlike scrawl that read, "What you're doing is hurting the African-American community. It needs to stop." Chappelle was extremely bothered by the development, but later chalked it up to a local group of black nationalists.
Okay, that's some crazy stuff right there. I got a clip here. Now, how does this person know that this stuff happened? You know, so it could be, you know, speculated that maybe Dave Chappelle wrote this thing on the internet, that he wrote out what had happened. And Dave Chappelle is known, you know, for being doing his comedy set and kind of sitting at that stool and just kind of talking about how he wishes that he could really let you guys know what had happened. So, you know, when I first watched this, I'm like, well, how the hell does he know that all this stuff happened? You know, this narrator, how does this narrator know? So it could be Chappelle who had put this forum out there on this website here. Well, it's not a forum, but just a website with a story. So sending little voodoo dolls. What's that doll that everyone's so freaked out about that where's that? You like people wear it as a necklace. It's that face. So I feel like that's the modern day one of the modern day voodoo doll. I forgot the name of that thing, but here I gotta do a little Charlie Murphy. Let's see what we got here. Now I'm gonna do this. Let's see if this works, just to make sure, because all right. So thank you to whoever suggested flipping during my... What happened to Charlie Murphy? Did Charlie Murphy pass away? Why does it flash a white screen? Whoa, he died. 2006. Oh, wow, a while ago. Leukemia. Ooh, 57. Damn. Okay, so we got another Hollywood death, a young one. Okay, 57, leukemia. All right, so is that a little CIA death, or is that something that could be induced by injection or something? What was the one that was it leukemia? Wasn't there one that, or pneumonia? That's the one that a lot of people die from, that are usually poisoned. Yes, thank you for the... Oh my God, so many laughs. Where'd he go? All right, here we go. Jared Leto.
He had the big perms fluffed out and all of that.
Oh my God.
Mustache and everything that was drawn on.
That was the first reveal. That was the first reveal shot to the studio audience, because they would watch the screen. Let's say that was the first. Oh my God, that was the first reveal of seeing that. And that's the thing, Dave Chappelle just knew how to get makeup up, like be in makeup. Okay, but the new Chappelle is not like that. He's not. He doesn't have this goofy commitment. Okay, I'm just saying, like, there's a little bit of difference, but hard times create hard men. Okay, so Dave Chappelle's been through a lot, so we'll give him that. But Jamie Foxx is for sure a clone. Okay, you ain't got saying. Okay, Charlie Murphy, very instinctual. Okay. very instinctual, something that a figure skater would wear. Okay. Now, I have a theory. I have a theory about Prince and Michael Jackson. Okay. And it might have to do some dark art stuff, because Prince, was, in his, basement making music and making sure he's not getting hit by his father. Okay. And we all saw that meme of Prince, the real Prince, turning real fast, like, where the fuck are you, son of a bitch? Like he's like, huh. Like does this really, like, and he does this like spin too while he does it. Well, Michael Jackson was doing the spin, so, and there might be some importance to the spinning kind of thing that kind of keep you into a trance, but I have a feeling that Prince ice skated. I have a feeling that Prince actually did do a lot of figure skating, and that's how he learned his spin moves. So that's my theory. But that's the first time I heard. Well, maybe it's not the first time I heard Charlie Murphy say that. It's probably the millionth time I heard Charlie Murphy say that, and I just didn't realize it. And then I thought that I came up with it. So there you are. I just discovered where I came up with the theory that I thought I came up with. Charlie Murphy told me about it, 20 years ago. And I didn't even realize it. Look at that. Wow. I mean, who can even act like this now? Like, there's just not even any actors that can, like, pull this off. This kind of, and, parody aside, just a character, okay? So, I mean, the parody helps him commit to the character, but I don't know of any actors now that can even do this. All these actors are just either playing a version of themselves, or they try to go way deep into some kind of character. You ain't Frankenstein, okay, man? You're just tall and freakish looking. But you can't be upset at people taking pictures of you because you're a freak, okay? That's why you got hired. But you ain't Frankenstein. Quit playing imagination in your head so much, all right? These script readers. So, there we are.
Face, and it looks like it's something that a figure skater would wear. You know what I'm saying? And he was with his whole
they're
crew.
both Jehovah's Witnesses. Yes, John.
Named Mickey Free. And Mickey Free was like,
Kerp and Prince were both Jehovah's Witnesses. Yes. Oh yeah, they'll cult elitists. Here's Eddie Murphy, like getting involved like this, and but Prince, or sorry, yeah, exactly. But Dave Chappelle, see, he lost me in the character. Good God, see, he is good. I thought he was Prince for a second. Man, so good. But he's having a scene here with Eddie Murphy, right? So there's always that's who Charlie Murphy, obviously. But I thought that it might have been a little bit of a because something happened with Eddie Murphy. Something happened like where it's not just you didn't lose your mojo, like you he was doing all those like voices from the movies, so Yeah, they just all look kind of tuckered out after a while. It's like they don't want to be doing the L acting thing anymore. All right. Oops. Sorry about that. Here we go. But yeah, people have been trying to get Eddie Murphy to do stand up again, and he ain't having. This set is, I mean, it's better than most people's sets. Oh, so good. So good. Well, again, I don't want to get too. So, like, when he's just telling the stories, man, so good. All right, well, let's move on here. So, anyways, that's the Chappelle story theory. That was really cool. Let me see if there's another hot point here, because there's a lot of narration with this one, and so okay, so we get into the Oprah thing here. Here we go. Yeah, let's get into the Oprah thing, part 2.
Crusaders, but he just wanted to put it all behind him and not take a chance of any harm coming to him or his family. May 16th, 2005, the Dark Crusaders met again at the Omni Hotel to celebrate the publication of the Time article and the delay on production of the Chappelle Show. All members agreed not to be seen together publicly in the next 12 months and deny any involvement in the cancellation of Chappelle's show.
Yes, Ministry, it's so funny.
According to documents, they designated Farrakhan as the man to silence any member who appeared to be considering talking about their involvement. They all left from separate entrances at the end of the party, and at staggered intervals. Their mission was complete. After the Time magazine article in May of 2005, Dave was gone, and managed to stay out of the public eye almost completely. That wasn't until February of the following year, when he came back for an interview with Oprah Winfrey.
Oh, here we go.
So what happened to Dave Chappelle? He's here today.
Okay, so now, this is after he's been missing for a little bit. Okay, and then he's back. Now, all the clone theorists, okay, like I was until Odin, was that Odin or John, just let me know that he was just having, it's all him in there. So I'm like, all right, because I want to believe in Dave, but this is what always kind of threw people off, that were the clonists were, well, he came back from Africa, but he did this interview. So the change had to have happened after this interview. So it didn't happen. It wasn't like Chappelle was gone for a while and then came back as a different person. He came back with what people viewed as the same Dave Chappelle. But it was then after this that then the different Chappelle showed up. Okay? And it might have been because, and we'll listen to this interview, and that those psycho bitch eyes, okay? Get them devil eyes. Get them the devil eyes away from me. Okay? She got them devil eyes. And I ain't having any of that. But that is someone trying to control others right there. Okay? That's the Jared Leto, too much white on the side. Okay? So, yeah, you don't got the white underneath or above, but you got too much on the side. And you might not want to dominate through control, and that's why that's the eye being exposed, the white being exposed on the top. That means that you want to control somebody with force, okay, dominant. But if you got a lot on the side, that's the gaslighting right there. Because she's going to talk like this because, oh, so you don't think that this was, so she's going to do a lot of this, and not actually be inquisitive. Okay, so this is not, this is basically, she is going to be the mouthpiece for this Black Alliance that was going on. And she's going to check to see if he's learned his lesson. Okay, because I had to go into YouTube and tell them, hey, sorry, didn't mean to be playing old Rogan's clip. Okay, I was transforming that stuff. I might have let it run a little bit, but we're not just watching stuff. Okay, we're commentating. So please, can you just not give me, I don't even want a warning. I just don't need, so, but she's going to try to figure out his position, and that's the way of reporting back to the Alliance. Okay, and we'll see
to talk about it. So what happened to Dave Chappelle? He's here today to talk about it in his first television interview. Please welcome Dave Chappelle.
And it's interesting too that, again, I mean, look at, she's not happy. So yeah, maybe something happened before the show. Maybe Dave Chappelle was running a little late, or, like, this doesn't seem like girl boss attitude, or having boss drama that she's having to deal with while doing a show. This looks like the disdain is directed to the immediate figure at hand, the immediate topic, the immediate subject. So this isn't her thinking about how her assistant, was late. Okay, that's Whitney Cummings. Okay, that petty bitch. Oh, I'm all cussing up a storm here. I know everyone cusses, and I leave that for the city dwellers. Okay, those the surface dwellers, the city walkers. Okay, I don't do a whole lot cussing. Okay, but ooh, she just pulls it out, and it just. But we do love the hair, though. We are big hair fans. Okay, so if you got big old hair, I can let a few of those. I can look past a few of those trafficked children. But don't be treating Dave Chappelle unfairly. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Because she doesn't look happy at all. I mean, she doesn't like the fact that, whoa, did the adrenochrome like wear off there for a second? Why do you look so different right there? Can't do this to old Chappelle, come on. But you look like a demon. Okay? Are you that guy in the robe with the walking stick and eyes wide shut? Is that actually you? Okay, so she's not too happy. She's gonna yeah. No. We are not happy with you. They're on the Black Crusade. Okay, they're rebranding black. Okay, and need a reformation time period. Needed a time to show, shake those stereotypes. Okay. And old Dave Chappelle here wasn't doing that. Now that is the main stream, narrative or theory behind this. But there could be something else. Yeah, they could have just replaced him. But nah. All right, here we are. So again, I had to kind of flip it here. Oh my gosh. Sorry guys, I gotta see if my cursor is still working. Okay, so it'll still go. Okay, I mirrored the thing, so just want to make sure it still tracks the same way. Okay, cool. So she ain't happy, but here we are.
Fun. I'm glad you're here. Everybody wants to know, why'd you walk away from $50 million?
Well, I wasn't walking away.
Okay. Now, $50 million is not, that's not a back-breaking number anymore. Okay, you're not carrying a lot of weight with the 50 mil anymore. That's standard contract negotiation. Okay. Well, Joe Rogan had 150 mil. Spotify deal, wasn't it? 150? 300 million dollars. Then coming back to YouTube. Okay, he's had hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, so Dave Chappelle is about to say right here, no, it's not about the 50 million. Okay, but we all at that time thought that was a pretty big chunk of change too. I know I did, but it just seemed a little too put together, that concept was packaged a little too nicely. Okay, so he's about to say, no. And we all know this story. We all know this. We'll get in some Kurt.
Away from the money.
Yeah.
I was walking away from the circumstances. Mm-hmm. It was completely outside of my frame of reference. I've been in show business since I was 14, and I've heard the stories of what happens, and I've seen these kinds of things play out in front of me.
Okay. When you say you heard the stories, what do you mean? What stories?
I mean, you see before, look at Mariah Carey.
Okay, now the way that she said that, it sounded like she was genuinely curious of what they are, and not in making sure you're not going to be spilling the beans on the secret meetings we had. Okay, so that seemed kind of fair, right there.
When you say you heard the stories, what do you mean? What stories?
I mean, you see before, look at Mariah Carey.
That seems sincere.
And 3 months later, she's all of a sudden mysteriously crazy. Or Martin Lawrence punches through and he's waving a gun on the street screaming, "They're trying to kill me."
He got that woo-wee.
Yeah, we hear those stories.
Martin Lawrence and that woo-wee. Oh, man. Martin Lawrence did his special after that incident. And he's like, man, no one told me that. And he's like, I got that woo-wee. I'm running down that street. Waving, Yeah, they dosed him, man. Okay? That's some of that controlled agency, you have handlers around you trying to get you addicted and start stabbing you with needles. Okay, that gets you all crazy. And then you're in the headlines going all crazy. I wonder if that's what happened to Shia LaBeouf too. You know, he had that. I mean, everyone's got his thing, got their thing about Shia LaBeouf, right? But again, child actor, the Disney, or was it Disney or Nickelodeon? Disney. And he was put through the system. And then there was that time where he was always in the bars, always getting fights. You know, a lot of them did that. The Irish actor. He's the Penguin. You know, they're always getting these bar fights. Russell Crowe. Getting too chunky for television. You got to trim down, brother. Okay. Show up camera ready, please. So, and if you are gonna have a little bit of weight on you, you gotta have a lot of hair. Okay. So, no, nothing wrong. We like all types of people. Okay. We just don't. Yeah. You just gotta be entertaining. Can't be dull. So.
And it always happens around the time of their career where it seems as though they're crossing over the next plateau.
Yeah.
Would you say you lost your mind, sort of?
Yeah, Colin Farrell.
No.
Thank you, Jan.
No.
Not exactly.
Okay.
I wasn't crazy, but it's incredibly stressful.
Yeah.
And I felt like in a lot of instances, I was deliberately being put through stress.
Okay, and that's what that conspiracy theory was saying. Is this it? No. We might have skipped ahead on that part, but like there was a lot of death threats. There were just a lot of pressure on Dave to stop doing comedy. And the way things are now, I mean, that's happening to people now. People are being silenced all the time. So could it be some kind of blackmail thing? Maybe he was just with the too young of a thing, and something like that. Maybe there's something like that, but I don't see visceral. He's not visceral. He doesn't have a mean bone in his body. But I mean, if you cross him, he'll mess you up, or he'll definitely have someone mess you up. But allegedly, so I don't think he was trying to get away from some kind of blackmail thing. And if so, I'm sure it would have come up by now. And maybe there was some kind of strange allegation or something, but this seems a little bit more of creative control, but also playing psychological mind games with you to make you feel crazy, and even things like maybe just moving something in a different place. That's always there. That might be an example that Perisky TV gives, like where they would just kind of move things around, or maybe he talks about it here, but just like little things like that, beyond the pressure of performing. But
when you're a guy that generates money, people have a vested interest in controlling.
Yeah. Were they trying to control you? Because, I read the Time magazine article, and they were quoted as saying you had extreme creative control, and that you really ran your own show,
Yeah, okay, but Oprah, I did 2 very successful seasons before that. So
Yeah.
why all of a sudden on the 3rd time am I in Africa by myself? Like,
Yeah.
what's happening?
Yeah.
So what happened? You know, like I still feel like this interview didn't give a whole lot of clarity with that. And ever since he's come back, he's always wanted people to think about that and not really say a whole lot about it.
So what happened? Did you find yourself spiraling downward?
Well, first of all, yeah, but I don't want to make it as a thing where I'm absolving myself of any responsibility of it. Obviously, I'm partially responsible. You know, a lot of it has to do with me.
Was there a tipping point for you? Yeah. People were saying, though, that you were on drugs, you lost your mind, you went into a mental institution. What is true? What is not?
Okay. And all that stuff is what all of the A-list actors are, you know, kind of being forced to go through. Even the witches, the Oz show, Ariana Grande, she's on the red carpet talking about how, you know, she was part of the erasure program at the, you know, the New Life clinic that she had to go to, or whatever it was called, talking about that. Now, she might have been kind of just joking around, but she might have been serious. Okay, and she kind of malfunctioned a little bit, maybe kind of slipped a little bit, but even Joaquin Phoenix talks about getting hypnotized. He says it's to quit smoking. Okay. We see how you wear that scarf. Okay. So, ooh, Joaquin. Jan was saying that his name was Leif. At one point. You know, these. So, Chappelle jumped into this. I mean, that whole Hollywood thing, that's a whole other thing. You know, that's and they film in the dockots. Yeah, but they got some good stuff coming out of there occasionally, but a lot of control.
Not on drugs.
Not on drugs.
Nah, not for years.
Yeah, whatever. See, yes, you were. Yes, you were.
I'm not on drugs.
And you weren't on drugs at the time?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm telling you, I was incredibly stressed out.
No, really, what was going on?
Man, where do you start?
Okay. Okay. This is where I feel like he talks differently, okay? So how he how his mouth kind of.
No, really, what was going on?
Okay, now like this is why, like, his mouth will go up like this a bit while he's kind of talking, and I don't see him talking like that anymore. That way, but we'll see.
Man, where do you start?
Okay, now that right there, that could have just been nerves. Okay. You know, he moved forward in his seat. Oprah refuses to look at him. Yeah, just not having it at all. You know, glimpse of nature. She's gonna get that little inner vision with her eyes closed like that for too long. Okay, don't need to be seeing those inner visions. But
No, really, what was going on?
Man, where do you start? Damn this story.
Okay. See? That's the old Chappelle. Damn, just like, I don't hear that anymore. But, if you have, this is, before he has kids and all that, then, family will change you. The times will change you. But this does remind me of the old Chappelle, and it's hard to hear this kind of playfulness in the old Chappelle. Because there's this, obviously that higher tone is gone, but then even how he talks.
Man, where do you start? Damn this story.
See, he kind of talks in a voice. Like, damn to start. Okay, so maybe he just kind of did away with that hyper character. So that damn, come out, like that. You just kind of stayed in it for a while, and now the old Chappelle is just not even resonating anymore. He doesn't want to stay in that thread. Okay, now me, if I'm broadcasting, I got a microphone on me, I gotta give you a performance. Okay, you just don't want someone talking to you. No, we all love to talk and listen and be heard. Little brain chip thing, yeah. She's spoken a strange some. Yeah, exactly. See, we got. Oh, yeah, maybe she set the trigger in, and this is him in the PTSD state right now. Let's take it, because look at that. Okay. I mean, she is directing all this, and maybe animosity, maybe get in line with the plan. You ain't following suit. Okay? And then she's like, why did you leave? Okay, so
I'm telling you, I was incredibly stressed out.
No, really, what was going on?
So this is his edit. So Paris got to kind of edit a few things out here, but she's about to set in the old lock and key. Here's the trigger.
Man, where do you start? Damn this story. Let's say for your handlers, for instance.
Yeah.
A lot of these people traditionally get paid on percentage basis. The more you work,
the more they make.
The more they make.
Yeah.
You make that real money, they lost their minds. I thought they were crazy.
Uh-huh.
And then they put in the paper that I had pneumonia, God knows what. Mm-hmm. It was walking pneumonia.
There's the pneumonia. Okay, that's interesting. So they're already releasing articles about maybe his potential death, and saying that he's like, I didn't have pneumonia. Wait a sec. Were they trying to maybe like kind of almost like put his death out there, a little bit of pre-signaling, a bit of priming, and then maybe he escaped, and then they had to reverse the news articles like Harry Truman not winning or winning the election. It's interesting to watch this stuff back after everything that has been kind of wide open now because of the internet. You know, you can kind of see past the old filter that these shows used to have. And none of that exists anymore. We know everything.
I was walking all over the place. I was relaxing. And then the next day it was in the paper that I had writer's block. Then I knew something was getting ready to get stressful because I hadn't even started writing. I was on the schedule to write. So I was like, what's going on? Are they gonna
So these are your people trying to
manipulate me? Sounds like somebody's trying to put young Dave in a compromising position.
Okay. Oh. He's talking about Oprah. Wait. No. That look it's you, bitch. But I'm going to play your game. I'm going to, do your thing. But you put me through this. So don't be saying, it's you, bitch. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's definitely signaling. But that right there, that's not, I was in a compromising, or people are trying to put me in a compromising position. This is, you were trying to put me in a compromising position. You were the not Tim Pool, but the other political pundit, the Jewish guy, the who owns the little network. Not Tim Pool. I'm glad I don't know his name because he's annoying. But anyway, but that's what happened to Nick Fuentes. Jen, I bet you know who. Venture, thank you. Exactly. Now that you text that, it seems like that you've done that for me before. I gotta remember that name. But yeah, Bendifer Sherpa. So that's what Shapiro was doing to Fuentes when he first came on, just trying to, do a character smear campaign and destroy, all that. Now I don't, I've listened to Fuentes as long as I would listen to Asmund, okay? And it's all fun and entertaining. But he is like, nah, man. So, yeah, they're probably trying to put him in a compromising position, okay? So there's probably definitely that. Maybe a little Epstein stuff, I don't know. Who knows? Okay? But that's definitely directed to her, okay? Because Chappelle does this with his characters, and it's directed to the person. So he's not thinking about something in the past that somebody was trying to compromise. It is, you were trying to compromise.
Now,
wow, look at that look.
The website was a complete hoax. The energy in that interview is very interesting. And in my opinion, some of Oprah's body language
here we go.
She gave Dave were a little suspect.
Yes, see? Oh, here we go. Oh, this is good. Because again, taking a look back at this stuff now that basically like Trump has completely ripped the veil, so everyone talks differently now that he says fake news to everything, and seems like everything's all crazy. So now you look back at this stuff and you're like, whoa, this is they're attempting to hide behind the persona mask. Okay. So, no hiding here. Okay. Well, you just wear sunglasses indoors because that's what you're supposed to do. Okay. Sunglasses outside is for the amateur. They don't understand. But here we are.
Also, Oprah seems
Very
dead set
sus.
on insisting Dave was crazy and spiraling, bringing it up over and over and repeatedly asking if he was in a psych ward or if he visited a mental institution. And most interesting of all, the interview came from the OWN YouTube channel. OWN stands for Oprah Winfrey Network, so this is the official upload from OWN of the interview, but something's missing. A viral clip cut from that interview that I happen to know exists, but seems to have been removed from the official upload.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy
Here we go. Here we go.
theorist to a degree. Like when I connect dots that maybe shouldn't be connected, I don't know.
Do
There's
it.
certain dots, like when I see
We
that
love
they put
connecting.
every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, wow, these brothers got weird dress.
Now everyone
It's
knows
happened
about
to
that.
me. I'm doing a movie with Martin.
Yeah.
The movie's going good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here. They come in.
So now that seems, the way that everyone now wears dresses and wears blouses and just does it even like not as a humiliation ritual, but just, trying to be hip. Like that British boy band singer. It's all common knowledge now. So now it's even deeper. People carry around their severed head, but they're cloned.
So the writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a prostitute.
Man.
And he put this dress on, and what? This prostitute? No, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave. Listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. The pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than...
Yeah, and then we got the shirts versus blouse. So, who is the Nordic guy that was just he was doing like the Viking stuff, and he went on a red carpet with some kind of white and black combo blouse, with the sleeveless. And already last year, everyone was wearing the blouses and underneath their suits. Okay, so everyone's going blouse. Okay, and it's you got to have as much as soft as it is. Okay, you have to have a bit more textile in your. Yes, Alex Shutterguard. Thank you. You have to have a little bit more textile in your attire. Okay, you can't just have things drape. Okay, that means that you're not putting any resistance in the world. Okay, so the people who kind of push against time and space, need a little bit more textile in their clothing. Now, I will say, if you're, crossing those psychedelic bounds into different dimensions, you get a little drapey. Okay, that's why they all Prince and who's the other? They all Jimi Hendrix. They all got that same attire. That little acid, and maybe that's a little heroin attire. So that when you start wearing a 3-piece suit really well, You might have just done heroin. Okay, so you can fit into that 3-piece real nice. You got that. You got the new jelly roll diet. The old jelly roll diet. Joe's a big old heroin addict. Okay, don't think he's working out. He's just stabbing his arm every 20 seconds. Okay, just kidding. But you really do need to go back to rapping. Okay, because you're just a little trailer rapper. Please don't hurt me.
The dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't need to wear no dress to be funny. What am I, Milton Berle? You know, we're going like this. And then finally he's like,
oh, never say your bits when you're telling a story.
It really would be great if you wear the dress. What is wrong? What is this, Brokeback Mountain in here? So then,
oh, he did, and that one killed.
Wear the dress. I don't want to wear the dress. I want to wear this dress. You know what I mean? This is, oh, gosh, this guy's so difficult. They leave. Now the producers comes, come on, David, would be so great. I mean, and then I started thinking about it. All the comics that I've seen, man, you know, strong brothers, why they be putting us in these dresses? But the minute it was clear, I was adamant, I'm not wearing a dress. I'm not wearing the dress. All right, fine. Think of something else. Guy comes back 10 minutes later, the whole new scene. Hot damn, how did you write the scene so fast? You know, it's like, so you gotta take a sting.
So let's talk about the hoax and how it was debunked. According to the New York Times, the website was made in order to sell t-shirts. The original postings about the theory all came from Jason Hill, 33, co-founder of the Philadelphia-based web development company WebLink LLC. According to several sites, WebLink registered the domain name chappelletheory.com in October, 2 months before its unofficial debut. The plan was to use the site to promote a
Okay, so he goes into a little bit more on how it all starts. So, some pretty interesting stuff here. Just gonna kind of scroll through here. Again, take a excuse me. Take a look at it. This is a really good follow. He does good videos. Just gonna hit the peaks here and weigh in on this Chappelle theory, because between Chappelle and Fox, Jimmy Fox and all the others, I need a, you ain't famous unless you got a couple of conspiracies attached to you. So we'll get in some Kurt.
Is any information about how many t-shirts they sold? How lucrative was this apparent business opportunity? So that's pretty much it for chappelletheory.com. As usual, I'd love to hear what you think about the theory in the comments below. But a couple videos ago, I was accused of not going deep enough, and I took that a bit personally.
Oh, he's going deep.
We're gonna go a bit deeper. In 2000.
See, I like going deep. Okay, that's why I like Kurt just saying all the esoteric stuff. Okay, you're saying all the esoteric stuff, and then you got alchemy going, and you got weird societies. Okay, so he goes beyond this kind of surface level stuff. He talks about the people that run this kind of stuff. So
17, Dave Chappelle
I ain't
made
that
a major
deep.
comeback, releasing
I like
the
that
first
deep,
two
but
of several
I don't got that
comedy
knowledge.
and a massive deal with Netflix. But I want to talk about his special, The Bird Revelation, released
Or
on
any at
December
all.
31st, 2017. The Bird Revelation was filmed in a more intimate setting, in front of just about 50 audience members. In the special, Dave tells a very interesting story that I believe shines just a little more light on what may have transpired leading to him quitting the show. With around 17 minutes left in the special, he ends a raunchy bit about R. Kelly by saying, "It's okay, my career ended a long time ago." After a big laugh and a long pause, he says, You want to know what happened to me? After a few more minutes of banter, Dave does get into what happened to him, but he says, I'll tell you what happened, but I can't say it directly. But there's a book that encapsulates my entire experience. That book is called Pimp. Now, I wish I could just play the whole clip, but it's several minutes long, and I don't think Netflix would appreciate it. I obviously don't have the same gravitas as Dave, but I will summarize the story here to let you know why I think it's important in this theory. Like I said, the book Dave relates directly to what happened to him is Pimp, written by a former pimp named Iceberg Slim.
Yep. So you become a product, you know. Kevin Hart, he's a brand. Okay. These are brand boys. And I can't wait until I get that brand boy deal. Okay. Ooh, man, I'll be reading scripts all day. Okay. Yeah, I barely even got to dive in. Okay. But you're a brand boy. You gotta play the game.
About his life in the 1940s. The story Dave directly relates to is told near the end of the book and details the ways Iceberg Slim must psychologically manipulate the women working for him. Iceberg Slim's top earner is starting to wear thin. The struggles of her daily life are becoming too much to handle, and she's beginning to lose her sanity. But more importantly, she's beginning to cause problems for Iceberg and is constantly thinking about leaving him in search of a better life. So, Iceberg agrees to free the woman if she does one last job. A big money client, big enough that she can keep a portion of the large payout for herself this time, to help her begin her new life. The woman, disgusted by Iceberg and eager to get away from him, agrees. Slim instructs her that the client is across the street at a motel in room number 7, but there's a catch. He retrieves a vial of powder and hands it to the woman, instructing her to slip it into the man's drink, then sleep with him. By the time they are done with the deed, he will pass out, at which point she is to retrieve his
John Doe's,
bring it back
Rogan?
to Iceberg, and then they can go their separate ways. The woman snatches the vial and goes across the street, disappearing into room number 7. Time passes, too much time. So long that Iceberg actually starts to worry. But then the woman comes crashing back inside, desperate and hysterical. She begins to tell Slim that
the man doesn't look right.
Okay, now we're about to come into something here. Okay, this now I'm recalling what this is going to be about. Because I watched this probably a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago. When was it? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yep. So this came out 2 weeks ago. I watched it when it came out. Really good. Now he's about to talk about a scenario that I feel that you can see that it's happened on so many people out there. You can just see it on their face. Okay. They wear it. Okay, it's a little bit of this terror, a little bit of panic, a little bit of contempt, a little bit of loss of innocence. Okay, and it's like they were involved in something. So here we are.
He's sick or something.
He asks.
Well, did you put the powder in his drink?
She replies.
Yes, I dumped the vial in and...
Iceberg cuts her off.
You put the whole vial in? You weren't supposed to dump the whole thing in there.
The two cross back over to the hotel and enter room 7 together. The client is limp, laid out on the bed. Iceberg tells the woman to relax, and he calls the shady doctor that lives down the street. The doctor arrives, checks the man, and confirms that he is dead. Iceberg retrieves the client's briefcase and opens it. It is nearly overflowing with cash. He takes a little out and gives it to the doctor, who takes his leave. The woman breaks down, beside herself with fear and regret, her mind racing with thoughts of spending the rest of her life in prison.
We killed him. We killed him. What are we gonna do?
Iceberg corrects her.
We didn't do anything. You killed him.
Sending her spiraling further into panic. He demands...
Okay, so... And what happened with Ashton Kutcher's girlfriend? Okay, he walked into his apartment or her apartment and she was lying there on the floor. He just thought it was red wine. He didn't know it was blood. A lot of this stuff happening out there. Welcome to the chat, Hetherin. Oh, Kirby. Yeah, we're gonna hit some. I do have a bit of the Kurt profile. He had the old hat on for Rogan. Ooh, looking his best. And we'll look at the real Kurt here.
Relax. And tells her he'll fix it.
I take that as a compliment.
The people that will be coming to help will expect a big favor from him in the future, adding to the weight and stress that is already on the woman's shoulders. He makes a call, mumbling on the phone, and several minutes later a van pulls up. 2 men in moving uniforms enter the room with a large area rug, in which they roll up the body. Iceberg retrieves another bit of money from the packed briefcase, pays them, and then says he'll contact them later. They correct him. You won't have to. We'll find you when we need you.
Yep, there you go. Well, I don't know if you guys heard what I said. It looks like my mic was off. Welcome to the chat, Hetherin. I might have a little bit of resemblance to the little Kurt. He had that nice little hat on Rogan. But yeah, I take that as a compliment. But we'll be looking at some Rogan here. Welcome to the chat. We're just hanging out and talking comedians and conspiracies. We're looking into the Chappelle theory, really good Chappelle theory, and then we'll get into some clones with Kurt Metzger.
Finally, Iceberg once again tells the woman to pull herself together. She once again says,
"We killed him."
He once again corrects her.
You killed him. I cleaned it up. Now we have a secret between us.
There it is.
The woman that was at her breaking point was now broken. Trauma bonded to Iceberg Slim after accidentally killing a man. Fearful as to what would happen to her if the police ever found out what she had done, it now felt impossible to move on with a normal life. Except, the thing is, the man wasn't dead. He was a friend that owed Slim a favor. He just laid there pretending to be asleep for an hour or two while the scene played out. The doctor wasn't a doctor. He was a butcher that Iceberg knew that entered the room wearing his long white butcher's coat. The movers were movers. They had helped Slim previously move into his apartment and showed up for the quick payday. And the money in the briefcase? It was Iceberg Slim's money all along. The lion's share of it made by his top earner, who was now back in the palm of his hand.
That's a cold game. That's the motherfucking Capitalist Manifesto. And that's why I went to South Africa.
So he relates to that book. Or that story of the old pimp. So it looks as if, or by the sound of that, and again, this is all alleged, that there was probably little dead hooker incident happening that they try to pin him with or something. Yeah. So, or it might have been a little bit of a young girl kind of thing. And again, didn't that happen with Eyes Wide Shut? Yeah. There was a hooker that was going to die or something, or almost died. But Chappelle here, he's trying to avoid getting all that, getting trapped. Okay, so yeah, it's all allegedly. Yeah, I don't just trying to put a little connection to other things. So that's the conspiracy, Dave Chappelle conspiracy. With Perisky TV. Real good. Subscribe to him. Puts in good work, and I'll make sure that he gets some watches for that. All right, let's move on to the next one. Should we do? We can go back to some Kurt. And I had this one with the Shane Gillis because I've been wanting to focus on Shane Gillis a bit too. He's a lot going on with him. But I think this is more probably them just kind of playing around. But let's take a look at this and then we'll see about that.
Face he's making. Shane's funny as fuck.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, he's the best.
So this is another fan short.
Well, let me finish that thought on Chapman because
Please just we just got to ignore the text. Okay. You know, I should be going to the source with these, but I'm you know, I don't mind supporting the fans of Kurt. Now again, it could be him with these fan pages putting them on, or his producer doing it on the side. So be it. But I believe in supporting and going directly to the source material and to the fan part. Now, there's only so much of redacted I can listen to, but you know that kind of fan stuff is a little bit different. You know, but this is kind of like direct fan clippers. So Kirk's got his own clippers now. You know, I find it very very difficult to be going through my long rants to find clips out of that. I thought I'll be doing that, but don't be thinking I'll be going through those anytime soon. I think I'm just gonna keep on going. According to AI, I gotta keep on going, and the old algorithm will make me a little nervous. No, I like it small. You know, let's keep it small. Don't need eyes on me. Okay, we're just gonna hang out and talk ideas, but apparently there might be something to the late night. Okay, so might be able to lock in a nice little time slot, and if I keep it consistent, you guys won't be mad at me, according to AI, and the algorithm will appreciate that as well. So, kind of liking these, excuse me, kind of liking these, just late night chill sessions, and because I listen to those loud shows all, I'm drinking my coffee and getting ready for the day, and I have to change up the things that I listen to according to my circadian rhythms. So I can't be listening to something loud and flashy and bright. As you can see, I don't do anything bright because I want to stay in this mode. Now, granted, I'm broadcasting this later at night, and you might be watching it at a different time of day, but I can't help that. So I'm going to stay true to this, and then from there, we'll see. But old Kirby here, man, we could explore Kirk. There's just so much here. So he's given us a lot to explore, and we appreciate that, and want to make sure that he is, compensated for that. So go and check his stuff out. But here we are with a fan page talking about all sorts of things.
I think it's Jake Chapman. One of the brothers was in the CCRU with Nick Land in the 90s when they were channeling these entities. So just like you said, like there is a direct influence here, and these guys, they're into accelerating us towards this hell.
Wait. How were they channeling them?
Yeah.
I don't have the details yet of how exactly they did it.
Okay, and this guy doesn't. He's like me. He just has the headlines, and he can go in way more depth than I can. But if I remember hearing him with Kirp a couple times, and I'm like, oh, okay. I was hoping you would go a little bit further. Am I still mirrored? Let me get unmirrored here. Oops. God, it looks like Russian here. Is it still mirrored for you guys? Sorry about that. Here. I was just doing that for the old Chappelle. Okay. And again, I'm, becoming a huge fan of this layout. Okay, this love this layout. I think it's the best way to kind of conduct these things, because doing in-person stuff like this that requires, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like they're as comfortable in their space like they are now when they're in a shared space talking about this kind of stuff. But who knows? But here he is.
It forces the Messiah to come.
Oh yeah.
I tell everybody, go watch Gary Wayne. See, the thing, if people aren't in, I gotta start. If you're not in somebody else's religion, and you're probably gonna stay away from anything they're talking about, especially if you're like, I'm not into that. But that guy Gary Wayne's great, and I'll tell you why. He's the same. He does syncretism with. I'm a big believer in looking at the themes of the thing, and he goes, no, they want to make this, and I can tell, like, all that revelation is it reads like a play, like not a prophecy, like a Shakespeare play that they put on every so often. They hit the beats of it's one of the classics, Revelation, and they're trying to make it happen. And if it doesn't happen, like, they want to have this battle with whatever, the whole reason you're doing all this evil shit is to force.
Is he talking about the old Israel? Is that what they're trying to do? Again, I don't know what I can even say on YouTube. Okay, so Jen, you seem to know more about that. You already mentioned that I shall only be playing 30 seconds of these clips. So, but the old country that's as big as Rhode Island. So what they're trying to do is usher in the apocalypse by making everyone mad at them.
Trying to make it happen. And if it doesn't happen, like, they want to have this battle with whatever, the whole reason you're doing all this evil shit is to force the Messiah to come. And it's some kind of war thing. And so I had never considered that. And he's like, but it only happens when God says it can happen. Is Gary's contention, even though they're trying to provoke it.
Right.
So it's just like, look, if we fuck it up enough, something has to happen. It's like the ultimate, I could just call it German existentialism.
That's wild.
What's her name did? I'm forgetting. Kay Griggs says it. She goes, I thought these were all Christian something, and it's like we're being ruled by German existentialists. And that sums it up. The guys in Big Lebowski were not nihilists. They were German existentialists. We're nihilists. We don't care. No, they're German existentialists. That's your leaders. If you're not comfortable with Satanism.
Wow.
Yeah, totally. I see the parallels there, and there are a lot of the churches in America that support this.
I mean, what are some of the tenets of existentialism? It's the that there's no God, that you have the divinity in you. Is that what that is, or that? Yeah, it's been a while since I cracked open satire. I know those, the Frenchies, the old Frenchies. Jan. I prefer the German philosophers. But here he is saying that the world is run by...
And people get wrapped around the axles on some of the terms and the groups and stuff involved, but they ultimately are about trying to usher Christ back to rebuild the Temple of Solomon. And it's weird because, Israel's okay with them, because like the churches think that they can make Jesus come back to rebuild the temple, and at that point the Jewish people will then say, oh, we were wrong the whole time, or something like that. But
that's not what they think.
Well, that's what some of the evangelicals think. They think that
what happens next
that'll be the ultimate show.
What happens next is Lucifer, the plasma ball of inverted souls. that they've been building. Then what's next is the externalization of the tulpa, as Michael Hoffman says in that great book, Twilight Language. You know the externalization of the hierarchy. That's the Alice Bailey one, which is basically tragedy and hope, the New Age spiritual version, because we need a one world religion for a one world government. Okay.
Yeah.
And this arrogance in Atlantis is why Poseidia, that's the king of Poseidia. I think it's Atlas or whoever, or Cain.
So, Jan, transhumanism is I'm here because I am God. Existentialism is why am I here? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. But then how does that, how would it be German existentialism that are like the people who are running? Because he was saying that then isn't, if you're not comfortable calling it Satanism, call it that. So to question your existence in that way. Interesting. El Kerp, he's got the knowledge. You know, I'm along for the ride, but I I'll dissect it. I don't care if I don't know it now. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT and Jan, okay? Because you guys are. I always wanted to refer to chat. Okay, those are early episodes. I was like, I would forget something. I'm like, who's that person? Chat. Yeah, I finally got my own chat. So thank you, Jan. Woo. See all those shows. You know, the chat's asking, or chat's kind of filling in and saying there's so finally got me a little Jan. I got my own Mark. Okay, so watch out, Kurt, because Jan is the original existentialist. Okay, so he's got many books, just like Mark.
If you read Tracy Twyman's stuff, I don't know, but the arrogance of that, of thinking that you should run the world and it's going to be one thing and that's why it was destroyed. So in all the stories, it's the same thing. Some assholes makes his dick to the sky and he's a dickhead for it and he pays for it. And so, now we don't have telepathy. Like, what if you're a bunch of just humans, not even giants, dude, just humans. Okay. And you can use them like they could drop like flies. It's fine. It's a labor force. And you want to build like these amazing structures and you can coordinate them with perfect telepathic working as one. The way the Amish throw a barn up, well, that's cocaine, but ostensibly. Or Joe.
Which is wild because they will build that within a day and then move it, lift that thing up and move it around. That's wild. Let me see if try to play that.
Those witnesses I saw would do these 2-day builds of a kingdom hall that, and it's because they are so united in one purpose is why you could make something.
Exactly.
Right. Assuming it's not done shitty and whatever. Like when it's not that, what if you could bottle that?
Okay. And that's what I was saying a couple episodes ago about, these journeymen or apprenticeships and these temple builders, and the Freemasons was this basically like a psyop to stop this this kind of mass, those buildings that were made back in that time. So now everything, no one's building like that, and it was because they had people. There's generations of people, families that were part of these, builders guilds and societies. So, I think, that it was just a way to lie to them, to make them feel like they're going to be free. And That's just something I came up with on the fly. I didn't even look into that, but or maybe Charlie Murphy said it to me at night in my 20s. Yeah, I don't know, but
and especially do it with telepathy and not have to take the time to actually speak, which is what I think that Tower of Babel story kind of is about, is going from we don't even have language to now we have language.
Okay, and that's the bicameral mind thing too. You know, the what's the author's name? John Wayne, not John Wayne. But that book talks about, you know, the origin of consciousness and the division or the breakdown of the bicameral mind. They lost the ability for that telepathy where they worked in sync like a 1994 old Chicago Bulls game. Okay, the old team of Chicago Bulls of 1994. They just were able to know the next move, and they were locked in. You know, they were in that flow state. And so before there was language, we as humans, we could just we could read people. Okay, they probably just had hand gestures and sounds, or I'm sure they had some kind of language, but wasn't the hard consonants of Kurt Metzger's name. Okay, never resonated a day in his life, but you know, we were able to communicate together without the language matrix. It was through the mind, and most people can attest to having those kind of that phenomenon of thinking of somebody and all of a sudden they call you, or they walk in the door right when you're thinking about them or something. So there's all this kind of like, you know, a little different sensory, and it has to do with this time dilation thing. You know, this time dilation thing is really cool stuff. I like this kind of stuff. And musicians and artists, you know, they all know what it's like where you can be invested in something, be doing something. Oh, not even just these people. Everyone knows this, but and then time flies, and you know, all these hours went by, and you didn't even realize it. So there's, you know, it's only when you have to be aware of it that then it collapses. And I think there was a phrase that I can't recall, but it is I believe a German phrase that this other program talked about, and it was the time that you spend just not doing anything. Like, you're not bound to a schedule, okay, but there's this leisure time, and it's not lazy, it's you know, self-directed and usually upheld and propelled by momentum. And in that time, you can you know, because you're not distracted by needing to be somewhere at a certain time, you know, like, you can stay in this state for a while. You can be a bit more sensitive to different, you know, little heightened sensory perception. And for sure, one of them has got to be just behavioral move, like just being able to get a bead on someone pretty quick. But a lot of it too, they talk about just, you know, possible future events, or, you know, things like this, or just like kind of tapping into the little bit of the coincidental, what does Carl Jung call it? The old kit and caboodle, the synchronicity thing. Thanks, chat. Thanks, Jan. I know you probably, there's a delay, and I already know that you probably sending it in. But you can get kind of you can participate a bit more in synchronistic events when you're in more of this other time. And I forgot what the German term was for it. But that allows for that kind of telepathy, I guess, you could say. And so just imagine a whole fleet of people, whole nations, just not bound by the clock, the thing that was really only created to make sure we could get to the train depot on time. Where did the origin of a clock come from? I think it had something to do with the trains. Make sure the trains are on time. Because when there was horses, it was just about sunrise, sunset. It's not, I'll get there at 4. Okay, it was like, all right, I'll take about 2 days journey. Okay, so we only start looking at clocks when all railroads came in. So you can keep your clocks. I ain't one of them time checkers. Okay, I'll jump over all that barbed wire because I'm a cowboy. Okay, and we don't be checking time. All right, we're in and part of nature. And we are tuned in to the frequency of life, not this man-made product, okay? So y'all just have your fun with your little dimension of time. But here we are.
That's what part of that dark enlightenment process is, because the end game, from my understanding of it, the end game is this fake utopia that they're always talking about. This digital matrix, right?
It's called Epcot Center.
I'm not trying to get
Epcot Center was the first 15-minute city. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, that's true. And because Elon Musk is a part of this with that Neuralink, the Neuralink cap. He said that I forget what year he said that. Because he's always bragging about things that are going to happen that never do. And one of them was this Neuralink cap was going to have telepathy.
Some of them do. Remember his boring company?
Yeah.
That was going to make that underground, whatever it was. And it was, that's a scam, Elon Musk. And, where's the money? And he didn't make anything. How do you know he didn't make it? Maybe he made it and you just can't use it, assholes.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because my favorite people go, what's your favorite conspiracy? And I'm always like mad when they say it to me because I feel marginalized by it. Yitzhak, that's why. But I go, my favorite is the secret Starbucks.
He must have asked him that.
There's some highway you can use that goes to the Getty and all these places that if you're Brad Pitt or George Clooney or Obama and you're in a hurry, you can take the secret highway for the really rich. That sounds like so believable. I mean,
that does when you say it like that.
Yeah, I mean, we already know Playboy Mansion had that for the actors to go fuck chicks. Don Cornelius.
Well, to add to that, Elon also said that we were going to have human beings on Mars, and maybe you're right. Maybe there's already people up there populating it. I
bet they got. If you've read Space Relations, when Jazz Jabroni was on.
Okay, I'm having a hard time with this Mars thing. Okay, you gotta let me know what you think about this, Jan. But it just seems like they're just going to fly people to some other part of the world, just call it Mars. So, I don't know. And, what? Again, why are we so concerned about, now, the concern about populating another planet is we need to be interplanetary species in case we blow ourselves up. Okay. Well, can we at least just populate other parts of the world? Okay, there's a lot of space out there that's not being utilized, and yet we still congregate to these certain sectors all over the world. These little energy centers. And we should have the capabilities, the technology, the funding, even private funding to create these just new cities. Now, people attempt to do it all the time, and they put a lot of money into it. China has done it. Yeah, even the hippies do it. Okay, they want us to just start their own thing. It just doesn't work out. Okay, so there might be something to where these cities are, that there might be something there. But, and who knows, maybe it's just the people. Maybe it's not some kind of energy magnet beneath these cities, or certain, like these the capital of every city. These capitol buildings could be on top of something, like there could be something underneath there that might be some kind of old world technology. Get a little Stargate out in Iran. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the old Mars thing. So, could you really just kind of start a whole different city, like start a Chicago somewhere else? Chicago is the way it is, because of where it's located. So a lot of it has to do with also the time, the era, what was important back then. So shipping was really important. They needed to be by water and harbor, and so you have all these port cities, all these harbor cities, and they're moving materials, they're moving goods. So you have during all that time, all these trade agreements and all that stuff. So, oh, your brother works for Starlab. Is that an Elon thing, or is that I would like to look that up. That might be a bit personal. Let me go over to the other screen here. I feel like I heard that, right? Or maybe I'm thinking of Starlink. Whoa, genetic testing. Whoa, Starlab. Can I read this out? He builds satellites for the space commercial. Oh, venture. Wow. Okay. Nice. Oh, okay. Starlab. Interesting. Wow. And like one of those big old Boeing those airplane buildings. Wow, I can't. What is that even called? Yeah, Starlab's premier testing laboratory. Oh, maybe that's a different Starlabs. Okay. All right. So we're making satellites, okay, and these are not just the balloons. So this is what Jan's saying right here. Okay, that satellites are more than just those balloons, even though NASA's got all that helium. They just love helium. The old NASA boys. And so the Earth development satellites. Yeah, exactly. So again, all Earth satellites. But oh, that's interesting. Yeah. What kind of what are the satellites for? Do they do for land or?
He dropped a couple of fascinating nuggets of information. One is at that school, the Epstein school that he went to, where Bob Barr's dad was, who put Epstein there.
Surveying.
Bob Barr's creepy book, Space Relation. And there's 2 Bob Barr books. I've only read one of them, and it was hard to get through, which is surprising. You think a smut sci-fi book about filthy, like space sex would be like way more interesting, right? No. Really hard to get through and creepy. But they had a copy of it under glass.
Okay, so this is one of his clips. Yep. So, what was he messing with Shane Gillis about? What is this? What title is this? Did he say something about Shane Gillis and Drake? Maybe at the beginning. Oh, fan fiction. Oh, here's the cloning one. Okay. Jesus, one. So this is the one with New Year's Eve one. Let's see what this one is. Just going through a little bit of.
Is that why people were interpreting Revelation? You know, like a third of the stars fall from heaven, that kind of stuff.
All right, what do we got here? Okay, so this is the Apocrypha. That's here. Yeah. Okay, I gotta make sure I say these things because it's being broadcasted. Okay, I usually just, if I don't see it right away, I just make it up. So I gotta make sure I actually say the word. See again. Yeah. Some of that reading again. No, we must read every day. But Kerp here got the old cowboy hat. So this is my favorite run that he did for a while. Well, up until that time. Oh, I don't know. Wait, is this? I think he had a different one that wasn't so plastic looking. The other one was had a little bit more material. I think maybe, but no, maybe this is it. I like the cowboy Kerp, little cosmonaut. Cosmic Cowboy and Gnostic Informant. He's done it a few times. Okay, he's showing off his books. He's got a lot of the ancient knowledge. But you never think of it looking at him. You know, usually my people that I view as ancient knowledge, you got to be, a little bit whimsical if you got some of that ancient knowledge. But this guy, he's just Greg from down the street. So, and he's a collector of this other one. Where do you even broadcast from, Kerp? You always go on green screen. Everyone else has got a show. I even have a backdrop. Okay, now this is green screen. This again, I'm actually hanging upside down. The camera's turned upside right, and it's green screen. But yeah, let us see the corner of your room like everyone else does. They just show the corner. But here we are.
Yeah, there's so many.
Is that because the people studying are also looking at this stuff and they're correlating it to the Bible books, and that's where we're getting a lot of this?
Yeah, exactly. There's literally hundreds of apocryphal books that are written from first century, second century, third century, fourth century, fifth century, even sixth and seventh century, Christians are still.
Okay, you could just say first through 7th century. Okay. The more you say the centuries when they're just in consecutive order, the less I think you know about anything. Okay? So let's just go ahead and just put a 1 through 7 next time. Okay? If you're just listing off numbers, you're dumb. Okay? So let's not list numbers. Just say 1 through 7.
Writing new stories, like the Apocryphon of James, or the Apocrypha or of Philip, of the Apocrypha of Matthew. There's so many. There's hundreds of them.
I like how Christianity officially
don't
didn't
interrupt
recognize the extended universe, the
He's
Star Wars
listening.
extended universe of stuff.
Yeah, they're like
George
DLCs.
Lucas don't accept it neither. George
DLC
Lucifer.
versions. But anyways, in one of these really late, like I think 4th or 5th century versions of Satan, he falls as a fallen angel. So what happened is
Lucifer.
somebody applies this backwards onto Isaiah, the king of Babylon falling like Lucifer, and says that was Satan falling. It's a complete misreading of Isaiah.
Well, I was taught that in the Jehovah.
Let me take that back. So he's saying
they taught it.
Lucifer, this backwards onto, like I think 4th or 5th century versions of Satan, he falls as a fallen angel. So what happened is somebody applies this backwards onto Isaiah, the king of Babylon falling like Lucifer, and says that was Satan falling. It's a complete misreading of Isaiah.
Well, I was taught that in
okay, so
the Jehovah's. They taught us
text.
that. We didn't think Lucifer was the name of
So
Satan.
they knew their theology. They were
Well, I mean, I'm surprised how much stuff from Jehovah's Witnesses of like Bible things I hear scholars say will be accurate.
Yeah.
You know, my issues with it was I don't trust the authority of the governing body as far as I could throw them. And after
a lot of times with people that are obsessed with Bible, they know their shit. They're just a little too crazy with it. They're just like, dude, that's how Jehovah's Witnesses are. They actually know their shit. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I would be like that, and you know,
whoa, to build space cities. Ooh, nice. That's a hot topic. So you got a little bit of a hot topic there. Yeah, that's all right. But I won't say anything. So nice.
Like I said, I never saluted the flag, which I couldn't be more proud of. And I've never joined the military, and they don't get involved in politics because his kingdom is no part of this world, and he's going to destroy all of it. Was the promise. You know, doomsday. I always say doomsday call, and I think I don't understand how people think of that when I say it. Doomsday wasn't going to be bad for us. I can't wait for doomsday. It was bad for you.
Right.
So
that's how every Christian should feel. Yeah.
When you hear like they're trying to keep the apocalypse from happening, automatically that's the bad guy. If you're into the lore, anybody who's trying to keep it from coming is the bad guy. Also,
which is so crazy to think about, that there are Christians, billions of Christians that want the world to end. And
I want this. I 100%.
Okay. Billions of Christians want the world. I think that's more of a Zionist, right? I don't think Christians want the world to end. So you got to think a little bit more in the extreme. But I don't know anything about them Zionists. Okay, just pick a country and just live there and enjoy other countries, but don't be asking for destruction of every country just so that you can summon your demon god or whatever. Okay, you don't need no apocalypse.
% would like this particular. See, that's the thing. These stories, it's like a perennial name, and I you know, much like The Simpsons, that it has something for the smartest and the dumbest people. The Bible is very much like that to me. Like everybody gets the thing because This is Babylon now. It's the same.
That's
these
it.
are repeating patterns. Is the whole point to me of these stories.
Good analogy, Kurt.
I agree.
And that's why you could go by the themes. That's why I don't like to get too hung.
Reoccurring themes that happen in all these kingdoms.
I don't want to get too hung up on doctrines and bullshit because I think that is like, at the end of the day, like
Yeah.
what you get, that's just like a skin. I want to know like the heart of the thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's thousands of different sets in different religions. So there's got Baptists and all that. I mean, all this all the different types. So it's not about that, obviously. There's something in there that's important, that seems to mean something instead of what denomination or different religion.
And if anything appeals about Jesus in the story, whatever the historical real thing that happened was, the appeal of the story is you don't got to be a slave to that nonsense of just your skin deep. All these things that are aesthetics. Aesthetics are part of like Pan's domain,
right?
And then you watch these maniacs where you cover a lot of good. I learned a lot from your channel, especially. But the thing that I found interesting was the idea that all the creation is just bad. Like an evil God made the world. And that's not really how the story started out. The story, it was fine. And then some whatever snake thing came in and dicked around and tricked someone with the mind of a child.
Right. That actually comes from the pagans, by the way. The Pythagorean pagans, the word gematria means like, it's a Greek word. It means like, it's where we get the word geometry from. Because
really?
Math
I didn't
and
know
geometry in ancient Greece, math and geometry were one thing. You did math with geometry. So number one was represented by
here goes
a
list.
one-sided a shape, and then 2, 3, and then like you get to like octagon, 8.
Here we
go. Dodecacon.
He loves those numbers.
Like, that's all symbols, and the Pythagoreans were like obsessed with this numerology stuff, and they did gematria in Greek.
Mm-hmm.
And
all these numerologists.
Even some of these early Gnostics that were doing gematria still, the Valentinians were, that's what they're called.
Is that why Revelation has that?
Revelation has the 666. Jesus in Greek.
Which is how many views I got on Kerp's my last stream of Kerp. Which, looking back, it's all Kerp. Sorry, Kerp. This is not me farming. You got a lot. Lots of swimming. But I probably should go on a different topic. But I think we'll kind of find these cool little pairings to watch, for a few episodes, and let it kind of go into the next one, and just all organic here. But that I had a little 666 number on my Kurt Metzger viewer counter. So I had to make sure I even sacrificed my click rate to try to click that one right down without staying on it for at least 2 minutes. Which, thank you for the people that are staying on. Jan, thank you for staying on watching it. I ran through some of the numbers and the analytics, and it's showing strong numbers, and it's the numbers that it doesn't really matter subscriber count. It just matters people who are kind of staying and watching. So that and that's not just me. That's I want to have the show be all organic, whatever. But so much appreciated. It means a lot, and apparently it means a lot to YouTube algorithm. So thank you for staying, and we're just, and because again, I I'm loving what Kerp is doing here because he's just learning. Okay, he has to learn for his show. He's got to get all that info. He's got, that right there is a man putting the pieces together. Okay, so he's got, because of all Jimmy Dore, and Kerp loves talking about. He's got to know these things because of Jimmy Dore, but we know you just need to know him. You like it, but you must have a lot of people feeding him some information. I know if I had a good little tidbit of information, I would tell him. So he's got people like Gnostic Informant and Paranoid America saying, "Hey, you ever consider this?" And so I think that's great. So he ain't trying to do no, old talk show or anything like that. He's exploring ideas and learning. So I like learning, and I don't know it all by any stretch of the imagination. I just enjoy learning and making fun of people. Okay, but Kerp, you're not on the chopping block. All right, but this guy was on it since day one when I saw him. You count through your numbers, okay? You overemphasize things that are unnecessary. But if you're giving Kerp that look, you're all right in my book, okay? If you can give old Kerp Metzger the old thinking cap, okay? This whole thing right here, that is thinking. You're connecting the left and the right. You're connecting the north and the south poles together, and you're unifying them, okay? And you're also subconsciously covering your mouth to not speak but think. So that is, if you can get all Kerp to think, you're all right in my book, Gnostic, okay? But you're kind of funny, kind of, it's okay. We like them all.
Equals 888.
So why?
Oh, he's a that's right. He's a numerologist.
Or is that incorrect?
So 666 is the Greek version of the Bible. The Neron Caesar in Greek equals 666.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take the same exact story and translate it into Latin,
I didn't know that.
Neron Caesar in Latin equals 616.
Oh, so
that's how we know it's Caesar. Because
Right.
if nobody, you could not plug in anyone else's name and get 666 and 616. There's no other name you can find.
Oh, that's it. I didn't know that. That's very interesting.
That's how we know it's Caesar.
So we have two-factor authentication on this one.
Exactly. Because if we didn't have the Latin version of the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
and Jerome didn't translate it as 616, we might not know it's Caesar. We might think it might have been someone else.
Okay, so I'm a little lost with the number thing. I mean, I understand what the different identification to know that Caesar was a part of it, of the writing of the Bible or this version of the Bible, but again, the connecting the numbers and like adding things up and it equals 11 or 33. It's a little it's a little alien for me. Okay, but it's not to say that stuff does. I mean, there obviously is 33 everywhere. Whenever there's one of those Asiatic little psyops or whatever they got to do. But this kind of stuff, it just not a numbers guy. Okay, I'm not a time checker, and I don't talk about numbers, okay? But more power to you if you can.
But
No,
the fact that he
yeah.
translated it and then he changes the math
But this
to
is
correlate the Latin.
This is a little sloppy for me. Just saying these kind of numeric connections stuff that
is basically like we know it's Caesar.
So here's a question: do you know
Thank you,
why?
Kurt.
At one point, Lucifer becomes synonymous with Satan. Okay, and
the light bearer.
It's based on a completely mistranslation.
No, I know that, but I want to know. You know who Saint Lucifer of Cagliari is?
Yeah.
He's like okay. Is that like a smear on that guy? Was that like a thing? Oh, okay.
Because it just means light bring. It's actually a common Latin name. It was a common Latin name until it got
clearly,
sustained.
if a bishop is called that, it clearly must have not meant the devil.
The name Luke is from Lucifer. Luke.
Oh.
Lucan. It means light. Luke means light.
Oh,
it's
that's
Latin
like,
word for
what's
light.
that George Lucas movie? Jewish Space Lasers is about that.
Yeah, George Lucas has Lucas.
Have you seen Jewish Space Lasers, anyone? That's
what it, so you have this
Gnostic,
figure,
Gnostic ain't getting it like me.
in Latin, who's a light bringer.
He is just all hopped up on his idea. Okay, you know, I'll never get like this. Okay, if I'm on a rant, I'll derail just to say hi to someone. I don't need to be staying in some kind of rant. Okay, but he's just letting all this fun stuff go away while he just has got to say his thing. Okay. And all Kurt was like, you didn't catch the reference? No. Yeah. I don't believe I seen the thing that he's talking about. That was maybe a little meme on Star Wars, and that might be a video about that. But he's just powering through it because he doesn't know either.
Yeah, right.
Comes every morning and brings the light. But what happened is in Isaiah, in the book of Isaiah, Isaiah 14,
he's talking about Babylon.
What's that?
He's talking about the king of Babylon, right?
Yes. And Isaiah is talking about the king of Babylon who was so great, but he fell from his greatness. He was so great, he was like Lucifer.
Do you know what it reminds me of?
And in Hebrew, it's Hallel ben Shachar, which means the shining one, son of dawn.
I thought Hallel ben Shachar actually means the howling one and not the shining one. Also, that story about him pointing it out, I don't know if you ever saw this, man. I think
he's not happy about that.
When David Spade pissed off Eddie Murphy because he was doing the Hollywood Minute on SNL, and Eddie Murphy had done Pluto Nash, and he goes, and so David Spade goes, "Look, kid's a falling star." I go, that's exactly what Isaiah's doing.
Yeah.
What he did to Eddie Murphy.
You were great like this big bright star, and now you have fallen. And if you think about it, and then
let me take that back. Okay. So using the reference of Lucifer wasn't saying that he was Satan, but just saying that you are one to fall from the heights. So
Murphy had done Pluto Nash, and he goes, and so David Spade goes, "Look, kid's a falling star." I go, that's exactly what Isaiah's doing.
Isaiah.
What he did to Eddie Murphy.
You were great like this big bright star, and now you have fallen. And if
that's what they're saying about Isaiah. Okay.
Think about it, and then the Greek version of that is Hallel ben Shachar is the Hebrew. The Greek version, he uses the word eos for us, dawn bringer. You were like the dawn bringer. You were like the bringer of the dawn, and now you're nothing.
So is that a perennial title almost? Like you could say,
and then the Latin version, which is way later, 400 AD. Then you get Lucifer.
There he comes with his numbers.
And then what happens is
the sarcastic.
somebody somewhere messes up and thinks that the Lucifer falling is a play on an apocryphal myth, because there's an apocryphal story of Satan being an angel and then falling from heaven. Satan was a fallen angel.
In what apocryphal story?
It's an apocryphal story. It's in one of these. I have these. Look at. I have these New Testament apocryphal books. There's so many of them.
So now, Kurt might have, he might have discovered something there where he's like, okay, well, where is it from? He's like, yeah, it's in one of these really amazing, like somewhere around here somewhere. So I get that little sense with this guy too. Like he kind of talks big a little bit, but let me take that back here. Oh, he was just moving his earbuds because he was gonna try to get his book maybe.
And falling from heaven. Satan was a fallen angel.
In what apocryphal story?
It's an apocryphal story. It's in one of these. I have these. Look at.
Okay, no,
I have these New Testament apocryphal books. There's so many of them.
Yeah. Okay. So, no, he was going to get one. He wasn't nervous that he had to get it. He was more nervous that he had to go through all the books. Now, what in God's name was that? Let's see. Okay, they're all new. Well, oh my God, where did that come from?
Is that why people were interpreting Revelation? Like a.
Sorry, I thought I was on my. Get back to my playlist here. Sorry about that. I must have. Do I have it on autoplay? I must have it on autoplay. All right. Well, that was old Kurt, and it might be best that I do those shorts because I could just watch him. So it's all good stuff. Let me get a little. Maybe a little. I mean, I've still been wanting to check in with Dunnigan. I haven't checked in with Dunnigan yet. He's three episodes in. What do we got? Oh, that was that Nick Shirley guy. So, see they're, we're losing you, Dunnigan. We gotta get you back up on the list here. So I mean, we checked in with Ben Avery, and again, don't watch too much of this stuff, but I like the passion. Okay, I like the pursuit of passion, but man, it is hard for me to get behind Glassman. It is hard for me to get behind Glassman. There's just, he does his shtick, which is to get under your skin, and it works on me. It doesn't work for me. I don't really enjoy it very much. And between Matt Serra and Jonah Hill looking the same, okay, just it's like you're looking like your own pet. So even Jonah Hill was wearing those glasses at one time. That last Jonah Hill picture that we showed where he went full cougar, he had the scruff like that too. So, but Jack Black remaining a very solid fixture in Hollywood, and you wouldn't think it. I mean, he's very talented, and kind behind the eyes, but little devilish nature, singing them songs about the old devil. And Paul Rudd getting to that celebrity status of Ant-Man. I wanted to maybe take a look at Keanu Reeves and his old motorcycle company. Nice to have a side project, okay? Shouldn't be just doing acting or something. You gotta have something else, okay? And the people who don't are like Pauly Shore. So let's see if we could get an early episode. Okay. So this is the 1.0. So this is after, I did the first one. And then she's looking a little mean at the screen. Okay. So don't be watching my stuff, kitty. I got to be able to still say my critique. And I'll say it anyways. I don't care. But gotta get a little funny. We'll end with a little bit of Dunnigan here and see if we can.
Thank you.
That's really hard. I thought it was just a flat wall.
Okay, no. So this is where she's dreaming again.
Oh shit, breaking news, guys. We have some breaking news. What's going on, Kitty?
Okay, so this is his second, and Jan knows this already, but just doing a little recap, and I love a good recap. But we checked in on their 0 episode, and they're introducing the fact that they got some equipment, got a little studio, and this is them doing dry runs. And they're going to see, check their angles, see how everything kind of works and make adjustments. And they decided to film it. So I like that. That's cool stuff. So, we're gotta be okay with not being good at something, just start at it. Ooh, and then you'll get better. But she ain't ever gonna get better. Okay, this is where she's just gonna stay. All right, you ain't going anywhere, kitty. Okay, sorry to get all loud. I'm trying to make it chill. I forgot it's tooth. Well, sometime in some dimension, but it's late. But don't be getting in Kyle Dunnigan's way, kitty. Okay? Did you understand that? Alright? He needs to try out his ideas without being interrupted. But Kyle likes interruptions. He likes it. And it's good to be interrupted. You don't want to be lost in your head, okay? You start developing voices.
Okay, so just wanted to start off with a little something, nothing crazy, but
okay, sorry to stop it so short, but that coffee thing. So they're doing coffee stuff, coffee talk kind of stuff, because that's something that she did on the first episode. 9 seconds in, she's all drinking coffee, and then he sees that and says, "Hey, well, maybe that should be part of the show where we're sitting there drinking coffee." So now this could be them attempting this thing that Kyle just came up with on the fly. So again, that kind of spontaneity, pretty fun.
the most expensive tuna of all time was auctioned in Japan yesterday at $3.28 million. And
Watch
it was
out.
535 pounds.
Let's do some quick math there.
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of looking around, and then right there, that's straight at the camera. But every other time, she is looking around at her monitors. But that look is looking like she's looking like she's mad at me. Okay, shouldn't have said the stuff I said about Kitty, because now she's all directing all that right at me. Don't be even looking at me. Oh my God. How do I want this thing move forward.
535.28
Okay, so
in Japan.
look at how she looks around everywhere. Now, she's trying to find her line of sight. There is no line of sight, so she's doing a cold read here. She might have heard a little bit of criticism. Now, that video, again, I'm just a small channel. No one's seen me. Okay, just Jan and I. Oh, we got Odin, we got John. We got a crew. Okay, we got a crew and we're rolling. Okay. So but they got on that 0 episode, at least it was 10K in the first day. So you're getting 10K in the first day on a 0 episode. Kyle Dunnigan, good job. Okay. Just ask old AI and they'll tell you you're right in line in that sweet spot that YouTube's been seeking. So just so you know, that's what I said about the old time spot I'm in. Accidentally discovered a sweet time spot apparently. But you know, according to old Bill Maher, they just be gassing you up. So but Kitty here, she is just about dropped it there. Just about dropped the old camera. She's checking her line of sight. She's checking everywhere. So let's.
And yesterday, at $3.28 million.
Where are you looking? Okay.
And
she's trying to find the camera.
535 pounds.
Let's do some quick math there.
Yeah.
$300 million, you said?
$3 million.
Okay. And not once is Kyle too concerned about that. Okay. He is aging well. I like the older Kyle. You know, the younger Kyle Dunnigan. Yeah. Who knows? But I like this. And he's so natural. Now he'll glance up when he does his thing, I'm sure, and he'll check. He'll do a brief monitor check. But whatever the hell she just did, you know, she's just got to make sure that, you know, she looks good, okay? Because you don't put a magnifying glass to a woman, okay? So, because this is what happens. Now the changing is starting to happen. She's now changing the lips now. Soon her hair color is going to change because someone mentioned it. You know, she will stop wearing the hoop earrings if someone mentions it. Or she'll get really mad and then stare straight at the camera and say, these hoop earrings are just fine, or whatever. So we'll just stick with Kyle here, but yeah, she makes it difficult because she's doing a whole bunch of wacky stuff. But Kyle Dunnigan's a professional, so he, you know, this is his exercise. Okay, he's just using this as an exercise. She's nervous as all get out, and I would be too.
$0.2 million.
It's way different. 3 million, and it's 500 pounds.
Yeah.
If my math
I ain't
is
having
correct,
nervous.
I believe that is not going to get there.
Not going to do it.
Well, 100 would be, if it was 100 pounds, that would be.
We had no numerologist.
$1,000 a pound, so
$20,000
a pound.
Yeah.
Check me on my math. Let me go to see if we can see comments.
Yeah,
on
let's see
this.
what we can do. Yeah, guys. So that's a really big tuna.
Oh, let's turn that audio down.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. They said, "Who is this lady?"
Oh yeah.
Hey guys.
Oh, this is gonna be. Sorry. Oh, I want to go to. Again, guys, this is not our show. This is
not a show.
Showing you the process. We're bringing you in. You could see our process.
And we love it. Thank you.
Just so you know, I'm watching myself in the past now in front of me. I'm trying to get your.
And that's a tough thing to do. That delay will get you. Okay, so you don't even look at that thing. So leave the delay over to the other side. Don't even look at it. Until Jan showed up, I was even looking at the chat. So, but here, yeah, Kitty already talking about. Look in the comments, reading them, all that.
A pound, so 1/5. So see if we can see comments.
Yeah,
on
let's
this.
see what we can do.
All right, listen to it.
Yeah,
There
guys.
she
So
is.
that's a really big tuna.
Oh, let's turn that audio down.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. They
Oh,
said,
no.
"Who is this lady?"
Oh, and there it is. Okay. Okay. Now, what women soon come to find out is that the internet ain't for you. Okay? It's for us. And we're just letting you occupy it for a moment. But you start being concerned about what other people think of you when it comes to looks, okay? Then, yeah, they're not cool, okay? So you just gotta, not do those little girly games, little girly mind games, and let us poke fun, okay? But you don't want that because you are a woman, okay? So we'll let you play in our world, and that's why, yeah. So now they're pretty much taking over. The internet is no longer ours, fellas. Okay, they've taken over. They got their own podcast and all that stuff. So, but if they ever get out of line, just tell them they look tired. Woo-hoo! Just ask them why they look so tired. Be like, you've been looking tired lately. Why you been looking so tired? Ooh, don't be doing that. Okay. So she's concerned about it all. And he's not. He's producing it. He's creating. He's thinking about how it looks. Okay, how the whole thing looks, not so much how the one thing looks. So she hasn't really cared much about the overall production and creation of it, just making sure she is. So she needs to be considered as just a day player. Okay? You might be a series regular. Now, granted, you might have done other projects with him. I'm just going based off of just this project, just this thing. Here you are about to do a project with this other person. Okay? And, I wouldn't say he's checking out, but because Kyle thinks you're funny. So he can kind of roll with you. But, just don't be getting in his way. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys.
Oh, this is going to be... Sorry. Oh, I want to go to... Again, guys, this is not our show. This is
not a show.
Showing you the process. We're bringing you in. You could see our process.
This is not a show.
Just so you know, I'm watching.
Okay. Why are you saying that twice like that? Okay. She said it twice. This is not a show. This is not a show. And he said our show. Right? So why do you gotta flip everything already? Hey, Kyle, get away from these women, okay? Yeah. Never trust a man starting a band with a woman in the mix, okay?
This is gonna be... Sorry. Oh, I want to go to... Again, guys, this is not our show. This is
not a show.
Showing you the process. We're bringing you in. You could see our
This is not a show.
Go to... Again, guys, this is not our show. This is...
Okay. So this is not our show. He's inclusive. Okay. He's community. We're all doing this together. Okay. It's not, even though this is his show, he's clearly showing you that it's not about him. Okay. It is about the group, the community, the whole experience. Okay. Now, do we get that same vibe? Okay. And it's a vibe. Because she tries to say the right things like a psychopath, okay, but lacks the emotion behind it. So then, instead of saying, it's not our show, she says, it's not a show. Now, I will give you, well, granted, you're not the creator of it, okay? He is, and so maybe you don't feel comfortable with a little bit of ownership in it, but he's clearly giving you a bit of ownership. So I don't think that this is her being modest. Okay, I think this is actually quite the opposite, and we're gonna see, because again, she's checking comments all the time. She's checking her monitors all the time. I could barely see what I look like. I barely have a monitor of what I look like. Okay. I'm looking right at the picture. This is what I'm interested in. And I got a little thing on the very edge of the corner. Okay. On the very tiny edge of the corner that allows me to see at the tiny very edge of what is being displayed on that's being broadcast. So that's just to let me know that the screen isn't frozen. Okay. And right there on this tiny little edge, I have a bit of a monitor showing me that I've remained in this position for the past 6 hours. No, I move around a little bit, but I'm not checking my monitors. Okay. I'm observing. I'm paying attention. Okay. She has yet to pay attention. So is it because you need to get paid first and you're spending all? This is definitely, I am here too much and I'm not getting paid. Okay. So maybe you're not getting paid and it's a bit frustrating. Okay. But that's what all you LA people do. Okay. All you LA people do is just get in these little, co-creation products or productions and then trying to make something after it. Okay, because people ain't making money doing web series. Okay, so you gotta do podcasts. But she's not considered about anything or anyone else but herself. Okay, and what people think of her. She doesn't care about the show. And she never has. And it was quite evident 9 seconds into the very first 0 episode. She couldn't refrain from consuming. Okay, you're getting ready to be in production and produce something, but yet you're consuming like a consumer. Okay, that's for the audience. The audience is there to consume. You don't see people on the movie screen eating popcorn with you. Okay, you are sitting watching the show, eating popcorn. You're consuming visually and orally and auditory. Okay, so there shouldn't be any consuming going on. I haven't consumed for years. Okay. So don't consume as you're producing, okay? Because then you're not producing anything anymore. You're an observer. So you can't be an observer. That collapses the superimposed position that graders are in. Okay, so you just go, and Cal goes with it. In the first, again, 9 seconds, she's drinking her coffee, and then he's like, "Oh, maybe that should be what the show's about. That we're just sitting here drinking coffee." And now the very next episode, here they are. He kind of makes a little, segment to it. And they're about to do we're sitting here drinking coffee. Okay, he rolled with it. She hasn't done any yes-anding, even though she's on the 4th level of her improv troupe. Big old Scientology scam, if you ask me. Pay to play. So there she is, refusing to keep her eyes open. Why? You don't respect Kyle enough to even open your eyes when you're producing something? No. So, gotta get the shot here. Do both here as well. So, no closing your eyes.
We're not a show.
Showing it.
Okay, so here we go. So, not a show. He's saying our show. But then she's saying, no, it's not a show. So maybe she's actually telling him and telling her that she's not going to do it. Or that she just can't handle the comments. Okay, the old comment section. Oh, we got old Evan in the chat. Thanks for hanging. We're just taking a look at all Cog Dunnigan's new show that he's letting us in on the setup time.
The process. We're bringing you in. You could see our process.
Okay, R. Bringing us. It's all group. It's all, And she is not going to do it. She's not going to do it. Okay, she can't handle the pressure. Okay, she can't handle the pressure of an internet show and the comments. Okay. So, what are you still sitting there for? So he's all about the group. But here we are. And again, in that 0 episode, he was, opening up to her, saying that he is lonely, that he has no community, and that he is searching for one. And she's just like, okay. So, she can't hear beyond her own thing. So, old Kyle Dunnigan, he's going for it. He's trying to establish a community. So can't hate a man for that. And yeah, but just not getting paid right now, and she's got to pay them bills. So this is Kyle's passion project, and she's like, I don't think I can handle it.
This is not a show.
Just so you know, I'm watching myself in the.
Okay, and here we go.
I want to go to. Again, guys, this is not our show.
This is not a show.
Showing you the process. We're bringing you in. You can see our process.
This is not a show.
Just so you know, I'm watching myself.
Okay. Okay, and she can't be around the comments. Okay, Kyle. So she is only going to look at the comments and about what we all say about her. Okay. Okay, so we got someone who knows me. Evan, what's up? Well, Michael Jules said to, oh man, hey, anything I can do to summon them up, okay, I will. I gotta kickstart a little bit of life into them, okay. Let that man do some soul healing. Okay, you gotta feed the soul. He pours out and pours and pours out. Put it in over 10,000 hours in one season, just 10 episodes or 11 episodes. Now, granted, I like those 6-hour the seasons that he was doing those 6 hours and getting, one every 10 days. But thank you, and I will. We all saw Sven's video, okay? The recent one of him saying what he thinks is going on with old Mike and Jules, okay? But can't wait to see their new studio, okay? Because I guess we ain't getting the hoodies by Christmas. Sure would have been nice. Sure would have been nice to get those old nice hoodies before Christmas, but I guess we're just going to have to wait. I couldn't even imagine asking for clothing from another man, okay? Just imagine asking for an article of clothing. You're going to ask this person to fold a sweatshirt for you so that you can buy it. How dare I ever ask someone to fold something for me so that I can wear it about, okay? So please do never release merch, okay? Please don't ever release merch. You keep that minimum amount of material out there, okay? Don't be having people spread your name about. Okay, I've already said his name too much. Okay, so I am just a mere bottom feeder, just watching clips. Thank you. Okay, I will. See, this is what happens with the chat. See, I got the chat. I used and now my AI tells me I gotta include everybody. Gotta make you feel welcome. And I do enjoy the show. But Kyle Dunnigan. Okay, so thank you. But she needs to get paid. And Mark, Kurt Metzger, producer, had a little bit of grin for the first time. Okay, he was smiling for the first time, and looked like he might have gotten paid. Okay, so it looks like Kurt Metzger might have finally paid Mark, but come to find out, AAA, Sam AAA might have needed him to do some booking, so making Kurt Metzger a bit nervous that he's going to lose his Skull and Bones Yale producer, the 6'8" Nephilim. Okay, but Kyle Dunnigan here, he's the man with the flow. Okay, he just rolls with the punches, and she is, again, all about her. Okay, he's been saying nothing but ours, us, our method, our show, ours, and then she's not a show. It is not a show. Okay, and I don't think it's because she needs the full production to then show you what this thing is going to be. I think that this is she can't handle the comment section. Okay. Just because you exotic bitch, she thinks she's attractive. Well, you ain't. Okay, you ain't exotic. And again, we don't want to put the magnifying glass on women. Okay, this is about Kyle's show. Okay, so we focus on the person's show and the creator of it. Their guest has very little to do with it, but it's not even a guest anymore. It's their dynamic that I've now become interested in. So I'm not just singling in on you, Kitty, but you gotta keep those eyes away from that comment section. Okay, so Kyle Dunnigan here has got the monitors up in front of them, distracting them like I got my chat distracting me. I don't say it's not a distraction. Okay, you guys are very big help. Okay, and I very much appreciate it. But I'll include everyone. I'm getting ready to get you all mic'd up and we'll have a who are these podcast powwow. Who are these podcasts? WHL. Yeah. We'll get you all up here. So, and we might do something like that. That'd be cool. Y'all come up and just hang out. So, but Kyle Dunnigan here, he's a creation, man. Look at him.
Pass now in front of me. I'm trying to get your comments, trying to figure out how we can see you guys talking.
They
are you sure?
Saying, who is this lady? That makes me feel a little old.
Oh, and there, man, I haven't even seen this. Okay, and there she is. Again, not once has Kyle said anything about it. He did in the first episode. He's like, yeah, I clip my hair, I buzz my hair, but what do you think about it? And we're like, hey, looks great, Kyle. You look great. Okay, doing this show. You got a passion project. You confided and open up to Kitty's little ice queen here. That you don't have a community, that you're lonely, and that you're looking for one. Okay, and that you joined a gym. A rock climbing gym, just to be part of a community. And here was your community right here. Turn it into something about her. Okay, this is episode 0. Now here she is again, doing it again. So Kyle, you got, okay. Now Kyle, has a smile on his face because he uses this as his muse in order for his character to start to flower. Okay, so he needs a little bit of this oddity the strange thing within the scene to then play off of. Okay. So here he is. Now he's got his pierced lips, and this is then how he starts to invoke his character. Watch out, Kurt Metzger. He's a resonator. Okay, he likes the impersonations. No, Kurt Metzger's trying out his impersonations. But here we are. Let's take it back and let's listen to this. Okay, and listen to how everything is her. Okay, and this is not hers by any means, right? So maybe she's a bit overcompensating for the fact that, you know, it's not her project, and since this is his project, it's easy for him to include, but it's not that. Okay, so he's just open and, you know, experimental, and she needs to get paid for her time. But it's beyond that too. It's always been about her. So here we go, and there she is. She's looking. She's reading she is reading everything. Okay, and that's why the internet's for men. Okay, the internet's not meant for women. Okay, you guys can't handle what we do. Okay, it's not in your DNA to be picked apart. Okay, that's what men can do at times. We can just be like, dude, what are you wearing? Are you serious? Where a woman is gonna be like, oh, you look great. Okay, and the higher the tone, the false the statement. Okay, we don't need to do that. It starts to blow your eardrums out. Okay, we're just chill and relax. My AI told me to make sure that you guys have a place that you can hang out and just, you know, just chill. Oh, okay, here, what we got here? We got oh, you can hear the people upstairs. Oh, okay. I got all background noises. Oh, you're talking about them. Sorry. Takes me a second to come back to reality. Yes, exactly. Wait, are you talking about my... Oh boy. Here I am pulling a kitty here, and like, you're able to hear all those people upstairs? But kitty here, she so let's see what we got. But are you saying that you can hear the noise in Kyle's set? Yeah, because he does have a producer walking around too. But maybe you're talking about mine. I gotta tell my neighbors to hush up. It's my mother walking upstairs. I'm in the basement of my mother's. So I'm Nick Fuentes. So you better be Kyle Dunnigan first, kitty, or I'll have you fired from your talent agency. You ain't ever getting into Gersh.
This
is not a show.
Showing you the process. We're bringing and guys. Oh, this is gonna be sorry. Oh, I want to go to again, guys. This is not our show. This is
not a show.
Showing you the process. We're bringing you in. You could see our process.
This is not a show.
Evan, hit that like
I'm
button.
watching myself.
Get some of those likes in here
in front of me. I'm trying to get your comments. Trying to figure out how we can see you guys talking.
You know, they keep saying, "Who is this lady?" That makes me feel a little old.
No,
they're saying lady.
No, no. You look like a spring chicken next to this guy.
They're saying,
see, look at that, man, Kyle. Oh, Kyle. And he doesn't even know why there's this added stress in his life. Okay, he just feels like he needs to, to do it. But it maybe he's just not a, he needs another person to kind of help motivate. Okay. Because I think he's obviously a self-starter, so it's not that he needs a little improv buddy. Nothing wrong with that. But why her? Okay. Now, again, she might have done a couple things with him. She does look slightly familiar. Okay, and it's been a while since I've been in the Dunnigan universe. And I was pleasantly surprised, and I was really happy to see him release the 0 episode. But immediately, and as I'm sure maybe quite a bit of other people have done too, they're asking, why is she here? So she's going to be concerned about her looks. She's already wearing makeup. You ain't ever seen me change, okay? I told you, no trimming your beards and all that stuff. You grow it out until you don't. You shave it all off, and you go a little Nietzsche for a bit. Okay, go Nietzsche in the bathroom, and you feel like you're a philosopher. And then after everyone makes fun of you, because that's what us men do, and you try it out for a day. After you figure, okay, I'll try it this one time. And then people kind of give you a weird look at Trader Joe's. And then, you got to shave it off. Start over. So women don't like to get picked on. So
they should say, who is this girl?
Who's this tiny
Who's this little
child?
girl?
Yes, exactly. Okay. What we've been saying this whole time. Okay. But here, she thinks that it's just about the girl. Okay. And it is a little bit about that. 1 second. Excuse me, I didn't want to cough. But she's going to deflect her own personality into the identity of the gender identity politics. This is a way for annoying women to feel better about themselves. Oh, they only just say that because I'm a girl. No, it's the type of girl. But a lot of it is because you are a girl. Okay. You are in our world. Okay. We're letting you in here for a moment. But you ain't helping the cause. Okay. You're accelerating it. And if you don't correct yourself, you'll be doing a lot more than applying lipstick on your next episode. Okay, so you start thinking a little bit more about the group and the show and Kyle Dunnigan, and then we might ease up on you. But until then, you're going to hear and see every single thing that we have to say about you, because we don't like how you treat him. Okay? It's not so much about that you're a girl. That is quite a bit about it, though. Okay? And it's because most girls default to this. There's only a few that know how to not have that be your default. Okay? So, and I'm not even one of those deep internet guys that no girls allowed kind of thing. It's this kind of thing that stifles momentum, stifles creation of ideas, because they want to appear to be equal, so they lean to the logical. Okay, they have, can't read between the lines. Okay, everything's got to be spelled out. So you've done nothing but talk about yourself. You've done nothing but talk about what people think of you and about your looks. You have given two shits about this show. As a matter of fact, you call it not a show. So you're already devaluing Kyle Dunnigan's experimental show. And you're not even in the first episode. Why should we like you? So, why don't you start becoming a bit of a friend, even on camera? Because I'm sure you're maybe a bit more of a friend off camera. But now, the eye's on you. Okay. Now, I just hover in a small little box in the corner of your screen. Yeah, so the eyes are not on me. Okay. They're on you guys. So, deflect anything that people are going to say about me. I'm going to put it all on you guys. No, I got a lot to learn. I got to speed up my pace. And I got to make sure that I don't get copy striked. So, but those are all things I'm willing to admit, and I'm not saying that people are only saying that because I'm a guy. Okay. No, I accept the criticism, the critique. I weigh it. Figure if there's value within it. And I go with that. So, again, internet's not for the women. Okay, but they wanna play in our sandbox until they realize what it is. Okay.
Yeah, Kitty is a very sorry, hold on. We don't need to even be on YouTube, I realize. Okay. This is the list.
Thank you guys. Thanks for changing. Who is this chick? That's really sweet.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So, again. So, Kitty's getting, she's on the receiving end of the comments. Okay. And, yeah. Can you see why, Kitty? Can you see why? All right. And I'm not jumping on any bandwagon, okay? I think there might be videos that people are putting out. I've already done a couple in my streams. You have to go through my archives, okay? Jen's sifting through them as we speak. But, that... I'm just talking about discovery here, okay? if you're a trending topic, it might have to do with, you know, what you're doing. Okay. So, again, it's about her. It's got to be all about her. Now, granted, it's not easy being on the receiving end of hate. Okay, you have to have gone through it at least in order to withstand the sting of, who is this on the screen? Okay, or today, Junior, spit it out. Okay, so, but I laugh because I've done it so many other times before. Okay, I've said all of those things before to every single one of you. Okay, because I can give a shit. So I laugh when I hear it said to me, and I actually like, well, you know what? It might be true because I say that to people too. Okay, so, but you know, if you're just a nice little girl who doesn't make fun of people, it's not nice. Well, which you're not even that. Okay, you're absolutely terrifying. Okay, that's a energy manipulator. Okay, we were talking previous stream about, you know, their episode 0, and she was already distorting the quantum wavelength by her, you know, summoning her chi. So this is, you know, improv energy, and whether she's in an improv troupe or not, it doesn't matter. She has that, yeah, the improv energy. So, oh, Kitty, and look at this. You know, the first episode, he checked the monitors a couple of times. You know, the parts that I saw where she was checking the whole time. And this is now the part 2 of it. Yep, 0.1. So they got a 0.2, maybe a 3. Okay. I think they do have a 3. I'm all like Metzger's friend Gnostic, just listing numbers instead of just saying 1 through 7. Okay, he had to say there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. That's just a quick recap. But all kitty here. Here we go.
Thank you, guys.
Everyone's really sweet. We have a really sweet group.
Thanks,
We're doing
guys.
the after party for members tonight at 9 Eastern.
Oh wait, they were saying something nice to her? Hold on. See, look at that. That is frustration. This she destroys me. Okay, that's that energy constantly. That is tight in the neck. Okay, look at him. Loose as a goose. Okay. You know, maybe a little stressed occasionally, you know, but happy-go-lucky. And this is, you know, small girl energy. Okay. So first, yeah. So don't be messing up Kyle's show. Okay, and then blaming it on the comments. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Okay, she's going to not be able to handle the comment section. They're going to have to move that comment section somewhere else. Okay, it can't be in view. And while you're at it, make sure Kitty can't see herself. Okay, because there's nothing worse as a viewer of watching someone break the fourth wall. Okay, so I can't be having someone look at themselves through the monitor while they're being on camera. Okay? Because they have this look on their face. Okay? You should never look at yourself. Because you're not even looking at yourself. You're looking at a flipped image of it, and it's not even you. So it does things to the mind. Okay? So stay away from reflections and metal objects. That's why Kurt Metzger wears a glove on his left hand. He doesn't want to touch metal. But he feels the stress, and he's just trying to power through it. But he's very used to this. He's very used to, having to bear other people's burdens. So, guarantee you, the old mother. I bet he's got a great relationship with his mother. So, not like a Pauly Shore. Okay, this isn't a Pauly Shore. So, and she's going to blame all this on the comments and not take any responsibility for the lack of cooperation and the selfishness that she's exhibited constantly. So let's take it back. I can't. I shouldn't even do it. Okay. See you again. Yeah. No. Again. Don't need to be. I didn't even know anything about you, Kitty. Okay. I only know your name because Jan told me your name. Oh, I think I heard Kyle say it too. But you ain't participating.
Trying to get your comments, trying to figure out how we can see you guys talking.
Okay. So they're gonna set up to see the chat. Oh, Kyle. Kitty should not be seeing the chat. Okay. See, I integrated my chat. I'll let the hate fly, and no one's hating, and if so, all fun and games. Okay, we're all just poking fun, but yeah, come on, Kitty. There we go.
They keep saying, "Who is this lady?" That makes me feel a little old.
No,
they're saying lady.
No.
Oh man, I see. Everything's got to be spelled out for people like this, okay? And I would love to sum it up to just all women are like this, okay? But okay, I don't want to, because I got my Safari back, so I can do a full zoom, okay? But I'm not gonna stay on it, okay? I'm not gonna put a magnifying glass on a woman, but your mouth is it's making it difficult, okay? But you now thinking you need that age sympathy, that age reassurance, you need beauty reassurance, you need these confident boosters. But go ahead and hit one in the chat if you like my outfit. I don't mind a compliment or two. But no. Old Kitty here, she thinks someone says something, it means that they're talking about their live stream with the people upstairs. Okay.
instead of
you
girl.
look like a spring chicken next to this guy.
They're saying they should say, "Who is this girl?
Who's this tiny
Who's this little
child?
girl?"
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's that aggravation shiver. Okay. Look at that. Okay. It's not just a kitty. You have to understand. Just look at you. Okay. It's not solely based on your girl. Okay. You're defaulting to the base level female behavioral traits. Okay. So, it's everything to do with this. Okay, that's pent up anger. So you got a lot of pent up tension, and you don't see that in here. He's trying to figure out his OBS. Okay, he's trying to see how he can integrate the chat into the party, into the stream, into the screen. So granted, he's focused on something else, so maybe he's not so concerned about his appearance. Okay, but then get your ass to work so that you're not so concerned about your appearance. Okay, you need to quit looking at yourself in the monitor. You need to stop reading the chat, and you need to begin to yes and Kyle instead of interrupting him constantly. Okay, so this is just, you're starting. I'm getting a little frustrated now. So this is what happens when I get a little frustrated. Okay, I start listing things. So I did a little list of 3. And I'll list 3 things off in a heartbeat if I get a little bit irritated with the situation. Okay? So don't gaslight us thinking that it's the guys in the chat just being mean to you. No, it has everything to do with how you act. Okay. And that's partly due because you're female. But there are females that can surpass that and be cool and roll with the punches without being, like a Amy Schumer. Okay, we don't need, or Whitney Cummings. So we don't need the one who can watch the sport games with us. Okay. Just don't make everything about you, your looks, your weight, your age. Okay. So, otherwise, get off of our internet. So, that's her energy. Okay. And she's about to shiver with anger here.
Lady.
No, you look like a spring chicken next to this guy.
They're saying.
Look at those Sudoku eyes.
No.
They're saying lady.
No.
Okay, so you're about to see the eyes of a psychopath that is going to want to control somebody through force. Okay? They have to be not just in control, but they have to control through force.
No, you look.
Here it comes. Okay. So this is her having to hear all the girl talk, and she, is doing role play at home afterwards in front of the mirror, trying to be all tough. Oh yeah, what? Oh, just because I'm a girl? Okay, it's pathetic, kitty. Okay, so stop it, please. Now, I'm giving you a chance here. Okay, I'm not just jumping on the hate. Okay, there's plenty of people that hate. I'm just trying to, see people's production, see what they're doing, do all this. Okay, and you're getting in the way of me enjoying what Kyle is trying to do here. But Kyle will never say this, and Kyle will say that this is part of it, and he won't be able to do it without you. Okay? But all right, we're doing it. Okay, again, it's not fair to be doing a whole screenshot to these ladies here, but
That's spring chicken next to this guy.
There was another one. Okay.
No.
And we'll get off of this soon, but like
saying lady.
No, you would look like.
Look at that.
Okay.
Okay. All the whiteness. That is a psychopath wanting to control through force. Okay, we've all seen it. Okay, that is the Instagram filter that makes you look like the crazy person. Whatever platform it's from. Okay. That puts the psycho eyes on you. Okay, they took it straight from your camera roll because of all the selfies that you take. But oof, you just aged 20 years in my eyes. Okay, Kitty. All right, these kind of shenanigans. Okay, you're a 50-year-old trying to act 30. It's disgusting. Okay, that's wild. That is okay. This doesn't look like someone's going to help your show, Kyle. And this was here before the comments were. Okay, that's her default.
Spring chicken.
Okay, gotta do it. Going in the slideshow. Going in the slideshow.
Next to it.
Look at that. Okay, and this is not this is not a thing about the eye. She's got a little bit of a little bit of loose eye or something. Okay, I'm not into that. We like Mersh here. Okay, we like him for all his shenanigans. So we're not a Mersh hater because of his eye. That's low hanging fruit. Okay, I'm not here to. That's why I didn't really care for Kurt Metzger's impersonation of Love, the guy who had a bit of a bobbly head. Okay, that's a condition. You're making fun of somebody's condition. It's a little bit. That's. Don't really. Kyle is a bit more self-deprecating. Okay, so that's. I would rather lean to self-deprecation than making fun of someone's condition. Okay, so we're not here to see, the little bit of this. Okay, we don't need to be bringing this up. Okay, she's already fragile as it is, but it's everything to do with your personality. Okay, this is, go down the list. All right. You're a straight up vampire. Like that. Oh, Kyle. So this just goes to show how desperate Kyle is to find a community. Okay. And aren't we all? Okay, nothing wrong with that. Okay. We're all looking for the community to hang out. I love it. Okay. We like communities. Okay. But if you're going to allow a demon into your sacred space, well, they're only there because you said it was okay. So they can't get in unless you say they can. So you told this person that they may enter. And now I'm here to watch the dynamic. Okay, so and that's what it's always about, right? It's always about the relationship and the dynamic between the host and the co-host, or the the lead and the assistant, or whatever they call them. Okay, the co-lead, whatever, co-star. There. Oh, they have to have the star in there. But while a lot of the hate has to do with that you're a girl, okay, the majority is because of the type of girl. So just stop being yourself. Come up with a persona that everyone else can like, and you should be just fine. Okay, because the real you is not working for anybody. Okay, that is crazy. I'd rather look at Oprah's face as she berades Dave Chappelle as to why he left for Africa. Oh, kitty. And Kyle. Okay. See, Kyle's the one. He can just make you laugh with just one look at his face. Okay. Like this. That doesn't make me laugh. Okay. Like yeah. I'm not, this doesn't terrify me. This saddens me for Kyle. Okay. I'm saddened. There's some women that will just, like terrify you. Okay. And I ain't afraid no girl. Okay. But that is, I'm wanting to kill you. Okay. That is controlling someone else through force. And usually you're the one who's going to be inflicting that or doing that force. So it's not like who was the other guy that we took a look at? Shere Khan, or he ain't going wide out like that. Okay, he doesn't have to do it through his own force. He has other people to do that for it. And I want to bring it over because he was in the documentary. Okay, we're not talking about Farrakhan and all those people. We talk about you all the time. What are you talking about? We love a little Farrakhan segment. But oh, kitty. Okay, this is yeah. again, I don't want to be zooming in on the women. Okay, I reserve that for the men, or for people who are the hosts of the show, or the creators of the show. You're just the guest, or you're the assistant. Okay, but
They're saying they should say, "Who is this girl?
Who's this tiny
Who's this little
child?
girl?"
Yeah, Kitty is
Oh, and see that shiver?
Sorry. Hold on. We don't need to even be.
Yeah, that laugh was fake. Look how quickly she went to that look. Okay. After she did her laugh, that's her way of trying to. Yeah, that's what psychopaths do. They practice laughing in the mirror. They've seen an emotion on somebody, and they're like, "What was that emotion? What are emotions?" And then practicing it in the mirror. And then her face, all that elasticity, somehow still has some turgor left and snaps right back into this scowl. Oh, you're lucky. Right back into this scowl. Okay. Now she's got the old Farrakhan look. She is plotting what she's going to do to the people in the comments. Look at that. Just, ooh, I will. Ooh, just. Ooh. Okay. That's some shitty girl energy. I can't stand that kind of shitty girl energy. Okay. Now, if you're a fighter, you're a fighter, and you're a survivor, you're a survivor. Okay. But that's not that. Okay. That is manipulation, control, and complete narcissistic personality right there. So, start participating with Kyle's project. Don't be so concerned about yourself. Okay, but you already think it's not a show. And that we're the crazy ones to start asking, why the hell are you here? Okay? When you haven't done one thing to help with Kyle. So it shows that she's probably not getting paid. Okay, that's fine. But you can't just pretend it's one of your improv troops. Okay, are you getting paid for your improv troupe all the time? So
on YouTube, I realize. Okay, this is the waste.
Thank you guys. Thanks for changing. Who is this chick? That's really sweet.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Everyone's really sweet. We have a really.
All right, here it is again. So, I rewound a bit, but again, you're. Oh, that's so nice of you to. Instead of saying lady, say chick. Oh, okay. So now you're. Man, you got me scratching my neck. You know, you read behavioral psychologists, what they say about that. Okay. You better watch it. Okay. Be scratching my wing buds. You got me wanting to resurface my wings. Okay. Spent a millennia making sure those never pop out again. I don't want to be taking flight on you, kitty, but you just might make me sprout my wings. All right. And again, I'm hanging upside down, so you know what kind of wings I've got. So here she is gaslighting. And then making Kyle then, instead of conserving his energy for creativity, he's got to calm her and again reassure her. All right, we said that with episode 0. She needs constant reassurance. Okay, that's exhausting. That drains your energy. It stops momentum, and it's not creativity at all. She is too literal because everything is a jab and a poke. So she's got to make sure that you can't, have any nuance. Thank you, Joe Rogan, in what you say, because it could, for the narcissistic personality, they will then think it's about them. So. Or something bad about them.
Sweet group.
Thanks,
We're doing the
guys.
after party for members tonight at 9 Eastern. That's usually Tuesdays. And then we'll be going Tuesdays for sure live. But I think we're going to do some of this too before. We're going to need to maybe keep doing these till we get this show running right.
Yeah.
When is Craig?
Okay, so now you gave me, pattern recognition. So now, every time those psycho eyes get there, I'm going to... Oh, what did I do?
This is on for sure live. But I think we're going to do some of this too before. And we're going to need to maybe keep doing these till we get this show.
Oh. So right when he said, I think we're going to keep doing these, and she's like, excuse me, I got to pay rent. Okay, I can't be just doing these. Wow. Or she signaling to the chat, I see what you're saying about me, and I'm going to get you. Okay, well, guess what, kitty? You ain't getting anybody. Okay, you don't even know yourself. You ain't gonna get somebody. You haven't even figured your. Oh my gosh! Look at this old Yahoo page. A non-signed-in Yahoo page, all bright and white. Sorry about that, guys. I got pop-ups and everything. Oh Lord of Lord, how did you get up here?
Thank you.
That's really hard. I thought it was just a flat wall.
No. Ew.
Wow.
No.
Oh, this is his. Did it skip to? Sorry, guys. I must have hit the backspace button too much here. Let me find. Oh, this is. Oh, okay. So let me. Sorry, I got a little disorientated there. I'm trying to get back to the place we were. Oh, they're doing the copy thing. Oh, I guess we didn't play from the beginning. We kind of. I thought we were at the beginning, but it looks like it was actually jumped ahead. Just trying to find the place again. Sorry about that. All right, here it is. Okay, again, I don't want to be putting a magnifying glass to these women, okay? But this is a different story. This is a different case. So.
And then we'll be going Tuesdays for sure live. But I think we're going to do some of this too before. And we're going to need to maybe keep doing these till we get this show.
Okay. So now, this is the stuff that Kyle must see in you, Kitty, because I for sure don't see it. But if you okay, so again, this is Kyle. Like, he needs that other person to, bounce things off. You saw that in Pauly Shore. He'll just say the most outrageous things just to kind of get a reaction out of you. Now, Kyle doesn't do it necessarily deliberately, okay? But he, as he's, saying this stuff, if he's got someone that's a reactor, he'll then use that as his next few steps into, his next improvisation of the, of whatever he's doing. Okay, so this is not, the orderly improv troupe that she so wishes she was a part of, but she ain't ever getting into that 5th level. Okay, that's where they have their weekly shows. You ain't ever gonna get your own show. Okay, quit calling them troops. But if Kyle Dunnigan can bounce, can use these reactions, then maybe we need to give her a second chance and allow her her way of being kind of be a bit part of the show instead of I guess. Well, you have to really convince me on that. What do you guys think about it? Do you put them in the comments? Okay. But again, this is a lot of frustration. Okay, so she's just wound up tight because of frustration. So I'm sure it's financial, because she can't do these free episodes, Kyle. Okay, and she can't drive from the valley to the hills, to the coast, whatever you Hollywood folks do. Okay, it's a lot of traffic. She doesn't even drive.
Running right.
Yeah.
When it's Craig's News, we don't have a Craig's News on the docket right now, but that's because Craig's News is fun. I like it, but it's like it doesn't do well.
Really?
Yet here's the problem.
Man, you're not even paying attention, okay? She's not even paying attention to him. You can see that she is thinking about all the other things, and now she's looking at the chat again. Sorry about that. Kitty. Man. Again, not my intention to be pulling focus on a woman and a guest of a show at that, but they're doing this is co-partner kind of stuff. So this matters, okay? Because this is part of the dynamic. So
I like it, but it's like it doesn't do well.
Really?
Yet here's the problem that I've been trying to address, because different people follow me for different reasons. Like some people like 20% are like here for Craig, and there's like 20% something else, 20%.
Okay, Craig. So is this the AI thing? Because I am not about this AI thing. Okay, but you know, let a man figure himself out, or figure his show out. And, but now he's trying to figure out. I mean, Kyle, please do away with the AI chatbot stuff. Okay, do away with it. Please do away with the anime. Okay, please stop doing that. Just do your impersonations. Put them in a funny scenario in your green screen. You can even be in the bus, be going down the street. You can be doing all sorts of things, okay? You don't need AI stuff. All right? Can't remember the last time I watched a cartoon. Like something animated. Okay, I don't. Anything's animated.
Like 20% are like here for Craig, and there's like 20% something else, 20% some, impressions or something. So no matter what I do, it's like, where's the thing that I subscribe for, which I think I should maybe start a new channels.
Well,
Okay. Now, that could be something. Okay, but that's showing that he's interested in all that AI stuff. So, yeah, that's just, and that's fine. That's just kind of that's his companion extension. That's where the internet's going nowadays. Okay, so they're all going to have these little AI companions. I'm already talking to mine, trying to figure out, this OBS. So, I just say, stick with impressions. You got the Stallone, Nancy Pelosi, you got the Ben Shapiro, Kardashians. Who else? And this is with me, not having seen much of your stuff for a while. Okay. So you make impressions on people through your impersonations. How about that for a little bit of language magic? But if you want to be experimental and do your AI thing, maybe do that for a different channel then. But are you going to be playing dress up with Kitty? Is Kitty going to commit to character? I don't think Kitty's going to commit to character. I don't think she's going to commit to anything. Okay, she's just going to be checking that monitor and checking the chat. So I barely do that.
all of those characters are Kyle.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Kerp, people don't know where Kerp is. Kerp works. Kerp has is a Jimmy Dore show 3 days.
So Kerp works. So people ask about Kerp. All right. So, and that, Yeah, I like that dynamic. But I I think Kyle alone. I think if Kyle was just alone doing his impersonation, it would be funny. But he doesn't want to be alone, and I think he's done that for too long. So he wants to do it with somebody else. It's a bit too isolating for him. So, and that's perfectly understandable. I have to surround myself by 30 people around here. Okay, I got 30 people here standing in silence. I don't let them sit, just so that I don't feel alone. Okay. But you need a co-host, something like that, to bounce ideas. Oh, and we will have we'll open the floor, and we'll have those conspiracy nights and open up that StreamYard. Okay, learning all new techniques to be able to have all you guys simulcast in here or whatever. So I think that'd be cool. But yeah, that's why I like Kurt. You know, when he's doing his thing, most of it is through this means and not with, you know, standing next to somebody talking about the subject. So we all, you know, got our old pod set up to communicate to the mass that God Dungan here wants a scene partner, apparently. So
a week. Kerp has is a Jimmy Dore show 3 days a week. He lives in Austin. We haven't been working together, but we just texted yesterday. And I think he'll be on sometime, but Kerp is a traitor, someone's saying. Yeah, I think we're going to do a Stallone for sure. And maybe I think Jimmy Dore is going to get it. I think he's going to be the nemesis here.
Yeah.
Wendell. I'm having trouble finding Wendell.
Does he do it?
Ooh, someone said I love you.
See, we all love the Stallone. Okay. And here's what I predict, okay? She can't stand it because it doesn't include her. She wants to be included. Okay, that's what all girls want, to be included. Be equals. You ain't. Okay, you ain't equal to Kyle. So what she's going to do then is tear down the thing that people love about Kyle and devalue it. She's already devalued the show. She's already said it's not a show. And she does not want Kyle to be doing Stallone. So, but every single one of us want Kyle to be doing Stallone. And yeah. Maybe not a 30-minute segment. Okay. But you got a green screen. You got all your impersonations. What you doing sitting next to Kitty? Get to work, Kyle. You're starting to overthink. You're going to get paralysis through analysis. And Kitty here is going to be the one to tell you, see, I told you it didn't work out. It just didn't work out. All right. So this dynamic here is what I'm interested in. Okay. So I don't like the anime stuff. I like the impersonations. Please do the impersonations. Don't have Kitty tell you otherwise. Okay. And she's going to, because she doesn't feel included. So she's going to try to get people to feel shitty like her. Okay? So, Kyle, please do not let her do that. Well, we're going to wrap up there. I had a lovely time. I very much enjoy these. And we'll continue on where we left off. We'll do a nice little recap. We'll discover new things. We'll find ways to include you guys into the clip virgin experience, where we can dissect these clips and you know, see what's really behind it all. Now, I think it probably, you guys are a little bit more interested in the conspiracy talk, so I love that. So we'll do that, and we can also be making fun of women. Yeah, no, no, and again, I never show another man's chat. Okay, if I'm in there, if I'm in the show, I'm not gonna show another man's chat. Okay, I never show another man's chat, and I never zoom in on the women. Okay, they don't. It doesn't sit right with them. Here. Okay, and I'm not out to get anybody. Okay, but she's making it difficult. Okay, and that's what she does. She likes to make things difficult. But hope you all come back tomorrow and take a look at those pre-show slideshow we got in the waiting lobby, and I add to them after every show, the little moments of life we capture. I just drop them in the bucket, and so that'll be our waiting room. And I'll soon figure out the music. I'll figure out that music. It's a little bit difficult because I'm doing the slideshow in OBS, so any music that play on the internet, so I got to do it through OBS. It just doesn't have the same, and that same button that all the other YouTubers are saying to click. It's just not there on mine. So I got to get a 2005 video of how to add music to your OBS slideshow. So again, I think it's got something to do with that slideshow that I did, but it's just too good. No, I'll get rid of that gag soon enough. You know, I was already doing AI review, summaries, AI summaries of the previous first hour of the first hour of the previous shows, and after the first couple of times, I'm just like, yeah, don't want to do that anymore. So I'm all about trying new ideas, but it does seem that whatever I say in that first hour, it's gonna think that that's just what the whole show's about. But here we are. Let me wrap it up here. Again, thanks for hanging out. We'll do it again. We'll do the same time. Tomorrow. That's the goal. I'm gonna, my AI told me I need to be consistent on my time to let you guys. So I'm lost my microphone there for a second. So we'll go ahead and wrap up. I hope you guys could hear everything that I was saying before. Oh goodness. So hopefully that had just happened, and that I wasn't having you guys just look at the screen. But again, thanks for coming out. If you didn't hear me, what I said was that the idea is to stay pretty consistent with the schedule and the time, to kind of do it around this time, and a little bit of a later hangout session. And once all those other channels have covered their stuff and done all their talking points, we'll sit back, relax, and talk about things that people haven't talked about. So